Hello, everyone. I just want to see a quick test here. Can you all hear me? Tested one more time. Let me know in the chat if you can hear me. Still nothing? Okay. Okay. I see you now. There's a delay. I thought I got rid of that delay, but no. We got a bit of a delay. All right, here we go. Stream is starting. Hello, everyone. It is just after 2 p.m. here on YouTube. I am enjoying a lovely day here in Toronto. The sun's out. It was actually snowing a few days ago, but now we can enjoy the weather. How lovely. All right, so people are saying no delay now. Good. I hope there is no delay. We're going to be talking about some conservative comedy today, and I have actually a structure for today's stream, so I think that'll be fun. That'll be nice. We can enjoy it. And no static. Can we all confirm that before we go on? Cool. So, yeah. Let's quickly talk about the last video I had out reviewing a terrible conservative comedy. There were a few comments I wanted to address, and I felt it would be nice to reflect on it. We can make, or I guess in my case, I can make a nice video, and I don't always know how people are going to react to it, and I try my best, and most of the reactions are pretty positive. It's not exactly, it's not a great collaborative process. Also, anyone who's pointed out I'm not subscribed to my channel, I'm in a private window. So no, I don't even have an account actively running here. So yeah, this video, it was originally going to be about a TV series called The World According to Billy Potwin, which is pretty bad. But it turns out that series, which is a web series, only has about 4 episodes in its second incarnation and 2 episodes in its first incarnation. And it didn't seem like it was enough, right? It was amusing in its own way, I guess. But then I found out they're working on a whole season. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to wait until that season is somewhere available where there are 8 whole episodes to cover. And then that would be a good time to do it. But while I was researching it, I was sort of thinking maybe I can make something of this. And I came across this movie, The Free Lunch Express. And yeah, I just figured this would be a more interesting video. Basically, it's, well, if you watch the video, you know what's up. It's not good. It's really boring satire. It's an hour and 20 minutes, but it feels at least twice as long. It's a struggle, I tell you. It's a struggle to get through that thing. And people pointed out a few things I could have hit a little harder in the video, which is totally fair. For instance, I only lightly touched on the anti-Semitism in it. It's pretty obvious, and sometimes it can be difficult to disentangle what's a bad Bernie Sanders impression and what's just anti-Semitism, and sometimes it's both of those things. What made me pause a bit is that something I didn't mention in the video is that the executive producer, Lenore Broughton, she's an Orthodox Jewish woman herself, so that made me a little hesitant to go all in on the anti-Semitism in the movie. Maybe I should have just went all in and just been like, well, whatever, because we all know just because someone is Jewish doesn't absolve them from being insensitive to their own group. But I felt like as a non-Jewish person, I don't know. It was a bit tough for me to process. And then some of it was just I didn't notice. Certain things came up in the comment section that people pointed out, and I was like, oh, there were things here I didn't notice. Fair enough. I'm not always down with the various bigotries that are out there. Let's put that blue jay up there. I totally forgot that. And so I felt like I could have hit that note a little better. And yeah. Other stuff. People mentioned, some people were mentioning this thing about how they think Lenore Broughton and Lenny Britton are the same person because they have similar names. That is absolutely not true. Even though Lenore Broughton is very private and there are no photographs of her, there is like official government records. They, you know, they're out there, and I don't think they would falsify an entire person to secretly finance a campaign, right? That's weird. They seem to be distinct people, is what I'm getting at. Another fair criticism was I did not pronounce Kamala Harris's name properly. I said Kamala, which is not right. Even if we don't agree with her, you know what? We should like respect someone to get their name right. And as someone who's had their name constantly pronounced wrong my whole life, it sucks. You might think, Jose, really? But yeah, people don't know how to pronounce my name. It's annoying. Okay. And yeah, it's a basic human decency thing. Also, people mentioned Sewell Avery. His name kind of sounds like slavery. I may have pronounced his name wrong. I've certainly done it for other people in the past, but he's a real guy. he is a real guy. That picture of him being carried off was like the coolest thing. Just reading about that history was like, oh, neat. He's a dirtbag union buster. The actual full story is really interesting because he was actually ordered by the government to surrender his business because it was part of the war effort, and by not acknowledging the union, he was leading to a work stoppage. And since the union was legally in the right, it was deemed that it was his fault, and he was a big time anti-union guy. Yeah, interesting figure, that dude. I feel like I got to catch up on the chat. I want to say hey to Adequate Emily. Nice to see you. She's got a great YouTube channel. Check it out. Who else is there? Red Man Bad saying they can't imagine knowing how to say that. As someone who lives in southern Ontario, which is in Canada, you run across a surprising number of people who don't know how to say the name Jose. Some of them are people who are immigrants to Canada as well. So that's, I think, really understandable. They're learning English. Spanish is kind of a curveball. And then some people from like small towns in Ontario where it's like super white. That's one of the things about Canada. Once you get outside one of the cities, things get very white very quickly. It's because Canada had a very racist immigration policy, particularly in the 20th century. The early part of the 20th century, there was this big push to keep Canada lily white. There you go. That's part of our Canadian history. Aren't we so great, right? Or not. Okay. Just trying to... And people asking if my camera froze. There is no camera. This is my desktop. Like, ooh, look at my mouse move around. Yeah, so there is no camera. I don't show my face. For better or worse. I used to say like, well, you're not missing much, but people are like, oh, you're okay looking, and now I'm like, oh, I guess maybe. All right. So yeah, Anders Jembo mentioning people would think it would be a J as in Joseph, and Jose is something I got a lot actually. Joe's is something I got too. Jose, Josie, Jose, which is a French way of doing it, but they put an extra E. I guess maybe they thought I was from Quebec, but spelt it differently. Jose is actually a girl's name as well. As far as I know, I just know the famous Olympic skater. Oh God, what was her last name? Jose something. I don't remember. Yeah, someone mentioning people are very politely correct people's names pronunciation, which is absolutely true. It's just kind of, I don't know. It's something when I was a kid, I was always quick to correct people, and I never hold it against people because I know it's not meant harmfully. And I know a lot of people make jokes sometimes about my name. Like here's a bad joke about my name. What did the Spanish firefighter name his two sons? Jose and Jose B. Oh, isn't that something? Those jokes suck. Don't tell them to someone named Jose, or don't make jokes about people's name because odds are they've heard it a million times, like a million billion times, and it's in some ways, especially if it's not a non-Anglo name, it's kind of like it sort of subtly suggests to that person like, hey, you're not usual. You're not the sort of person, the sort of name we're used to hearing around here. It's like a way of just sort of nudging you that you don't quite belong, and it kind of sucks. And I know people don't mean it that way, and I don't like have any ill feelings toward anyone who's ever done that, but it's yeah, it ain't great. Also, thank you for Chouinard. It's Jose Chouinard. Thank you. Oh, that was gonna be so annoying. I was about to look it up on stream, but I'm like, let's just let it roll. Uh, for okay, so uh, Ken Shokram, the name works, or the way the joke works, it's hose A, as in a fire hose. There are two hoses, and they would have the letter hose A and then hose B. That's the joke. Not a good one. Uh, okay. Inadequate Emily. That's pretty funny. But it must be exhausting because, like, when you hear it a million times, it's like, oh, I get it. I once went out with someone. Uh, I shouldn't. I can't even tell this story without revealing her name. She had a very famous name, and I remember being like, "Oh, you have the same name as that celebrity," and she's like, "Yeah." And I did not make any jokes, and that's how the date got off to a good start. I was like, "I'm making zero jokes about this," and she was like, "Thank you." And, it didn't work out, but at least we had a nice time. Uh, okay, we're just shooting the wind. I don't know. I'm trying to not use profanity here because I feel like it's a crutch. But at 2:15, we're gonna get into it. Right now, we're just chilling. Anyone have any like questions or comments about the video? Maybe like, do you have any strong feelings about it? Um, uh, yeah, and I'm waiting for the chat to catch up now because I should have switched to ultra low latency instead of low latency. Any comments about your names? That's totally fine. Uh, Breeze isn't the profanity. It was the other word I was thinking of. Shooting the something. It's a gross thing to do. The movie, we're going to watch a couple of things. I have about 5 videos set up for us. 3 of them are very short. One is kind of short, and one is medium length. I just want to give a little more backstory, things I couldn't include in the video because it was like too much. It was too much. Uh, Someone wants to know why I'm doing this to myself because I don't know, I feast on the pain, maybe. Maybe I'm some sort of masochist. Uh, here's my, because you can't let go of tradition, or is there, I don't know. The thing is, like, letting go of tradition is part of the problem in that novelty is important in humor. Like, we call novelty shops like joke stores and things like that, and jokes are like inherently something unexpected. Well, not necessarily, but there's a lot of surprise in element in jokes, and uh, it sort of emphasizes the new and the different. And conservatism is a rejection of that. It's a rejection of the new and the different. So I think that's a big part of why it doesn't work and why it just kind of falls apart. Oh God, I feel like I forgot to play my theme song. Do we want to listen to that before we start, or should we just get to it? I don't know. Maybe we'll just go. Ooh, wait, why do I have like, did someone super chat? It says I have revenue. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Malpertuis, for the $10. That's really cool. That's weird. I guess the analytics tells you've got the donation before you even see it. That's good to know. Okay. Okay, people want the theme song. Let's do it. Let me just quickly find it. Do we want the long version or the short? We got a stream, so let's do the long one. All right, here it comes.
La 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 la. I don't know how I know you, but I know that I'm happy you called. 'Cause people, they're so peculiar, I think that I've had enough. Well, that's just not true, 'cause I still like you. Even though the comment section told me you're a bleeding heart and beta soy boy dork. People want to talk about everything that's in their head. People want to shout about everything that makes them mad. Frustration, overstressing, rhetorical regressing. Sitting on the fence is just complicitly digressing. But your opinions don't suck and you use citations. Oh, I just cannot remember how to put all my thoughts in boxes. My feelings, they're not linear. And I'm not great at the fast responses, but that is your thing. Lucky you can't sing, 'cause I gotta make you this, and now you have to play it every time you go to work. I will say this once again, depression binging has no end, so follow up on what's been said and tell us what you think, my friend. Oh, the world is weird and makes me mad, but at least I get to talk about it with Jose.
That is the song, and for everyone asking where it came from, it was written entirely by my friend Dana, and I mean literally, she is my friend. I actually haven't spoken to her in a couple of weeks, so I should send her a message. She wrote me the first one out of nowhere just for fun, which was really cool, and then she recorded me a new version sometime later, and it's got this very sort of like homemade vibe to it that I really love, and I think it really matches the aesthetic of my channel, and I appreciate her doing that for me so much. And yeah, I love the song. And at one point we talked about like getting a higher quality version, but like right now that's just not doable, unfortunately. But maybe we'll upgrade it one day. But as it stands, I really like it. Okay, and someone, your name already went by, but if you want to ask questions, you totally can. I might miss them because I'm not super great at looking at the chat. Maybe if I tilted my monitor towards my face, that would help. Yeah, that'll probably help. Okay, let's go to some of our conservative comedy. As a bit of a reminder for anyone who either forgot about or hasn't watched the video about the Bernie Sanders movie, biopic, whatever. Oh yeah, people were saying like Bernie Sanders hasn't done enough for a biopic. It's like, I get that, but I don't know. I feel like in the hands of a talented filmmaker, even in life that doesn't seem like he's someone is a major figure can still be made interesting. But you know, talented filmmaker is the key word there. Anyone asking for a link to the song, you'll have to become a patron if you want to download link to the song. That way we can at least provide a bit of compensation to my dear friend Dana, who gets a small bit of that because obviously she is deserving of it, as everyone does. And yeah, Red Man Bad, that is something I saw in the comments a lot. Like, Bernie Sanders isn't as big a figure as, say, Joseph Stalin or George W. Bush or even Donald Trump. I don't entirely agree with that. Well, I mean, historical significance, obviously Stalin's a bigger figure and W. Bush is as well. But I'm just saying he's pretty big, pretty important. But I think it reflects more on the talent of the filmmaker than the adequacy of the subject. I hope that sounded right. It's one of those things, as soon as it comes out of my mouth, I'm like, did I want to say it that way? But sure, let's say I did. Okay, Sut. So cool. Let's get back on track. So we're going to be looking at The World According to Billy Potwin, which was created by Len Britton, who for some reason calls himself Lenny Britton when he's doing his comedy. As discussed in my video, he was a former senatorial candidate for Vermont on the Republican side of the ticket. He lost against God, I'm blanking on the other senator from Vermont. let's move on. So I just wanted to give an example of why he thought he could go into the world of comedy by playing those full. I played a clip of one, but here's the full campaign video that he ran. You can see him right here, Len Britton, and it's titled "Better Get a Paper Route, Billy." 50,000 views, which is not bad for a channel with 24 subscribers. But let's see how great the comedic stylings are in this campaign ad. Keep in mind, this is for a statewide race.
All right, we're here. I just never get tired of this.
Hey, Mom, someone's pulling up the driveway.
The quality's questionable.
Mom, who do you think that is?
I don't know. I think maybe we've won something.
Mommy, are we rich?
I don't know.
I want a pony.
Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
I have an invoice for you from the United States federal government.
Oh, what a twist.
For you and your children.
Invoice? I thought it was a check.
Mommy, what's an invoice?
This is a bill for your family share of the national debt.
Fun fact, this dude here is Lenny Britton's business partner in creating this right-wing comedy thing. It's, God, I forget his name too. I should have written some of these names down. Anyway, let's finish this when the signature line is just coming up and I cut it off.
It's $168,000.
This is a joke, right?
Miss, we're from the government. There is no joking.
That's a lot of money, mister.
Better get a paper route, Billy.
Mommy, make the bad man.
Oh, did you all laugh at that? That was the big line. Better get a paper route, Billy.
Yeah, I think so. You know
Nope,
what?
nope,
Thanks
this
a
is for
lot,
you.
but you need to
No,
go.
this
You
is-
too.
this
Both
is-
of you out
this
of
is-
here.
this is for you and your
Well, you know
family.
what?
This is
We
for you
didn't
and your
ask
family.
for it, so we're not taking it. Okay, bye-bye.
No,
Thank
no,
you.
this is for
No,
you and your family.
bye.
Hold on. I'll just slide it in the door. I'll just get it. It's for the kids. It's for the kids. Leave it there. Thank you. That went well. Who's next?
Pat Leahy and his friends
Oh,
in
God.
Washington have
Wasn't
run up
that
quite a
something, huh?
tab, creating deficits.
We don't need to hear his little stump speech. So that video went viral during the, I believe, 2010 election. Yeah, the date's right there, 2010 election. That's not how the debt works, by the way. People seem to love phrasing it as if this is like a family debt, right? Like we have to individually pay off debt. Turns out every country has debt. It's actually intentional. It sort of unites the world's economies in a complicated way. I'm actually not an economist, but people who seem to understand the economy will talk about the importance of debt and how it can actually be a good thing if it's being used for good reasons. You know, not all debt is bad. But they actually had a few more campaign ads, and I'm going to play the next two because, you know, they thought this is going viral. Maybe politics isn't for us. Maybe comedy is the future. And here is their idea for another bit of comedy. Better bail faster, Billy. I wonder if this is going to be like the last one. Well, probably, maybe. Let's watch it. 30 seconds, thankfully.
This boat's taking on a lot of water. Ugh, this is impossible.
Hit him with the stimulus.
Hey, mister, you're gonna sink this boat.
Better bail faster, Billy.
Out of control spending.
Isn't that funny? He just did the exact same joke. Almost got as many views as the first one, 44,000, not bad. But yeah, it's just the same joke. And again, people are talking about, oh, this debt is going to cripple our children. But you know, stimulus was used to help a lot of people avoid financial ruin. So you're worried about your children maybe having an issue with debt in the future when people in the present can actually be helped out by a lot of this stuff. And you know, for instance, going into debt for infrastructure provides people jobs, and it helps, you know, the economy by having a stronger system that allows people to do business better. And, you know, it's just very bland, though. But people can understand household debt, which makes it a useful rhetorical tool. And you can trick people into voting for you like that. But this obviously didn't work. And it speaks to the limited ability of an ad going viral. Because, yeah, this went viral, but the guy still lost his election, right? So there we go. And I want to show one more ad because I was kind of in awe at this next ad at how amazingly unfunny it is. They tried a new joke, and it's even worse. This is Clay Daniels, renowned oval expert, a wild 385 views. And I feel like, we got 500 people on stream right now. We could double the number of views this video got if we all went to watched it, but we're not. We're just going to watch this on stream and laugh because why not? Beware, this is like amazingly unfunny. Here we go.
Oval's perhaps the most misunderstood shape in the world. I love ovals. Consider the egg, the football, the Oval Office, Thunder Road. But if you think 42 years is too long for Senator Leahy to represent us in Washington, and you want to send a Vermonter to the Senate with fresh ideas and energy, then the most important oval on November 2nd will be the one next to Len Britton's name.
I'm Len Britton. I'm running for the United States Senate.
Wow.
And I approve this message.
It's pretty shocking, isn't it? Like, wow, right? Like, that's the joke. They thought that was funny, and I no one stopped him. No one said, Len, we can't do this. This is too insane. People will hate you, and no one stopped him running for Senate either, I guess, and that also blew up in his face. And I think it's just wild and amazing, and I like how insane this ad is. I just love it. I love it, and I think it encapsulates the failures of the comedic stylings of this dude. And I mean, think about this: they had 2 videos that were based on one joke that did pretty well. Combined, they got nearly 100,000 views. That's pretty good. And then they're like, we're gonna create a new joke, and it's gonna be this oval thing, and it's gonna be great. And it wasn't. It was this. Barely anyone watched it. No one cared. And he still thought, you know what though? I still think I'm funny. I'm gonna try doing comedy. And we're gonna skip over News Done Right, which is this God, I don't want to talk about News Done Right. It's basically a web series where they make fun of the governor of Vermont, because even though he's a Republican, he's not far right enough. So they just like talk smack about him. Actually, maybe we can pull up a picture. I'm going to search for it on another window because I feel it's weird to do that right on the stream. And it will be the bridge that brings us over to talking about the series we really want to talk about, and that's the Potwins. The Potwins originally started without Kevin Sorbo. I forget who was the dad, but he was like this dude I had never heard of. But then they replaced him with Kevin Sorbo because they got some backing, I guess. I'm not entirely sure. And hey, I found the image, and I'll bring it up in a second. Okay, so these are the guys. You might notice the one on the right. He was the guy who played Bernie Sanders in the Free Lunch Express movie. That was the kid who played young Bernie Sanders. This was Bernie Sanders through most of his life. And maybe we can make this a little bigger. It's kind of blurry, but okay. This is an actual actress. She left this whole world, and she actually has a career now. I forget her name. I kind of don't want to talk about her in the context of this series because she seems to have a career now. So, good for her. She escaped. But this kid is Jonah Britton. That's Len Britton's son. Yeah, he's also Billy Potwin. And this was like a crossover they did where they introduced Billy Potwin via News Done Right. And they introduced a series called The Potwins. And it ran for 2 episodes. The titles of the episodes are just insane. They are, wow. Let me see if I can get that. See, I should have prepared this part where like I'm reading out words. But I was like, now I'll just make sure I have the videos. And I do have the videos, but like, the thing about the original 2 shorts is that they're very hard to find. I found the second one on Facebook, and the first one I found clips of it on YouTube, but not the whole thing. So it's like, I can't even watch them. But the second one was so bad, and I imagine the first was even worse. So it's kind of like, how do we understand this show, right? If we don't understand its origins. So it's weird that it's so hard to find the names of these things. So we're probably just going to move on, unless this link works. Watching me Google something on a screen you can't see. I feel like that's the height of streaming, right? That's good streaming. All right, so the first 2 episodes, the first one was named Earth Day - The Polar Bears Deserve to Die. So that was the very first episode of the Potwins. And then the second one was called The Grapes of Carbon Tax. Yeah. The reason it only went 2 episodes, I don't know. Maybe they just realized it's bad. I think once they realized they had a shot at getting Kevin Sorbo in it, they thought, oh, maybe we can get a bigger audience. And a bigger audience is exactly what they got. Let's watch the rebooted version with Kevin Sorbo. Notice how the word Potwin isn't even the title. They didn't really care. This is just pure Kevin Sorbo they're giving us. This is, Sorbo in his purest sense. Okay. Kevin Sorbo fights the PC police at his son's school. 250,000 views. Wow. On Blaze TV. So it's doing pretty well. I'm a little wary of music cost claims, so I might skim past a few things. But here we go. Let's watch. That's This is a cover of David Bowie's Changes. So let's just talk about the music for a second. They're playing David Bowie's Changes. I don't know how many people are familiar with that song. I really like it. I think it's a really good song. But it's about how young people are the vanguard of a new change, and they should, take on the system and embrace the strange, basically, if I can paraphrase the lyrics. It's being used in the context that things have changed in the school, but change is bad. But they wanted a song called Changes to symbolize changes. It's like the most superficial reading of the song. Like, they only looked at the title, not even the lyrics. It's amazing. But that's kind of how I feel like a lot of bad art references other art. It kind of reminds me of the movie Suicide Squad, where they had these really forced and obvious choices for songs. Like, if the song doesn't really fit what you're trying to do, maybe find a different kind of song. Yeah. Anyway, so we see Billy Potwin here bringing a tray of, I forgot what these are called, but we'll find out in a few seconds. Also, let's pay attention to the first lines. This is like, it's so important to start off your series on a strong note. The opening lines mean so much. Let's see how this show starts. And he's still walking.
I think you're gonna love the bean sprout tomato yogurt. Delicious. I've had 3 of them already. $1 each.
So there we go. The first lines we hear are from a teacher trying to sell some health food to a student. What does that tell us? I don't know. Also, someone asked, are these deep fried Oreos? They're actually not deep fried. They're called, they're whoopsies or something. Anyway, we're about to find out.
No? Oh well.
Really changed things up this year, haven't we?
What do you got there, Billy?
Note his shirt says #resist this. Get it? Because, he's not in the resistance to Trump. Okay. It really, it really puts its politics on its sleeve there.
My mom's world famous whoopie pies.
And just what makes them so famous?
Whoopie pies, yep.
I've never heard of them.
Well, obviously, you haven't heard of them because they're not really world famous.
I like how the sign says no gluten, no sugar. Next to, I think those are oranges and tangerines. Fun fact, there's sugar in that. If you actually look at everything on the table, there's sugar in pretty much everything there. Maybe they mean added sugar, but also not wanting gluten I mean, if there are kids who have issues with gluten, maybe you shouldn't have that in your school, or at least have gluten-free options for those kids, because, you know, it's good to make accommodations for little children at school. But hey, this that's one of those changes, right, that we're not supposed to like.
We say that to make my mom feel good.
Am I smelling peanuts, Billy?
I don't know what you're doing, but it's mostly sugar.
Whoopie pies are on the list of not acceptable items.
That can't be. Check again.
Sugar, bad for diabetics. Dairy, bad for lactose intolerance. Cocoa, bad for cocoa aversion.
You gotta be kidding.
I didn't even know that was a thing. All right, Billy, these are going in
Wonder
the
that.
trash.
No, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that.
Thing is, that actually is mean. Like, if a kid brings food that can't be sold, throwing it out, like, why? Just give it back to the kid, right? But of course, this is a caricature of what schools are like, and it's meant to be funny. A minute and 30 in, and I don't think we've approached a joke yet, but here we go.
At least let me take them back home.
Really?
Don't.
Really?
Don't. My dad loves these things and we spend all day making them. Please.
Okay, fine. As long as they're off school grounds and no one is being triggered, I guess it's okay. Off school grounds. Go.
Welcome, parents.
There we go. First scene. Do we feel anything about this? I don't. Certainly not joy, not happiness, just emptiness. I guess the joke is, you know, kids and their food. How long does it take to make a whoopie pie? Or whoopsie pie, or whatever they're called? All day? I don't know. They look kind of basic, but I don't bake. I cook, but I don't bake. I have a feeling this teacher who's got a lot of nose on that whiteboard is going to be the villain. Also, I've watched this already, so I already know what's going to happen. So yeah, she's the villain.
Patrice Lobar, and it is my pleasure to be your new school administrator. There's a lot of changes this year, which I am super excited to tell you about. First thing,
Kevin
I think we're in for a really
Sorbo.
great year.
Aren't we excited?
Everybody's on board. I talked to the faculty, security, and staff, and students, and
Excuse me.
Okay, what a dick. Like, he just bumps into the guy. Is this our hero? I don't know. I kind of doubt it. But he actually is. He's the star. And he just, like, nudges a guy from behind. Are we supposed to, like him? Also, someone just, Soyborn. You think this is the second time I've watched this? I watched this on a stream a few weeks back with We're in Hell and Chill Goblin. I watched it again after that stream, and I watched it before that stream. This is probably the fourth time I've watched this. The fourth time. I don't know. I feel like I'm living with this. This is in my blood now. So, yeah, there's Kevin Sorbo. He's here. This is his wife in the foreground. I forget her name, but here we go.
there's a lot to cover. So let's get right to it.
Why are you sitting so close?
For the love of God, Nate.
Only nerds sit in the front row.
Well, if you had been here earlier, then you're...
You know I had that stupid email etiquette seminar after work.
It's strange that they portray their marriage as an unhappy one. That's not something we're going to see later on in the the other episode, I guess. But it's weird that they have this little bit of strife in the beginning, and I don't see what the big deal is about sitting up front with this. Like, so we can't sit up front. We don't want to be nerds. It's like, you're the parents, right? Like, you're the parents. Everyone, I like all the people pointing out this is Hercules. It is Hercules. Oh my God. I want to make a video about Kevin Sorbo at some point and talk about let's do a little bit of it now, about my history with Hercules. I loved Hercules when I was a kid. I thought that show was so cool, and I thought Hercules was cool, and by extension, I thought Kevin Sorbo was cool. And I know the later seasons were not great, but I thought it was so cool. I followed him to like Dharma and Greg and the other stuff he did. I tried watching Andromeda, but it turns out I don't enjoy a sci-fi show that's made out of like the trash found in Gene Roddenberry's garbage pail. So I didn't enjoy that show. Then he disappeared, and I remember hearing about him being in this movie called God's Not Dead, and I thought to myself, Kevin Sorbo in a religious movie. You know what? People need paychecks. He's got to eat. He's got bills. He's got a family. I don't like what you're doing, Kevin Sorbo, but I respect the need for a person to make a living. And then I found out he was all in. He was a part of this. He really bought into God's Not Dead and all of that stuff. The whole franchise. This wasn't him making money. This was him going like, you know what? I want to be more religious in my work. And also I'm a right-wing crazy person. And, you know, masks bad, etc., etc. And we all know the path Kevin Sorbo took. And I just remember thinking to myself, Hercules, no. And I was pretty sad. It's pretty sad to watch, you know, someone you watch as a kid turn out to be terrible. Thankfully, we have Lucy Lawless. We still have Xena, which was a better show anyway. So Lucy Lawless is cool. She's awesome. And fun fact, while I was researching the Billy Potwin video, before it became a Free Lunch Express video, I looked up a interview Kevin Sorbo did, and someone asked him about, you know, these comments he's making on Twitter, and his excuse was that, oh God, he doesn't run his Twitter. His son runs his Twitter, and his son happens to be the conservative one. Like, what are the odds, right? And then the interview just started asking him about certain things that get posted to his Twitter, and it'd always be like, well, I didn't post that, but you know, there's, you know, something to be said about that, about the election being stolen, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, all right, okay. You do believe this stuff. Come on, dude. And yeah, some people, and just a side note, I didn't get to mention that Malcolm McDowell in the Bernie video was in Castlevania. I just watched Castlevania, and he was great in it. It's disappointing, though, that Warren Ellis, who created the show, is actually a scumbag, too. Hope that doesn't ruin anyone's vision of the Castlevania animated show on Netflix. It's actually really good, unfortunately. Warren Ellis is very talented, but he's a creep. For those who don't know, Warren Ellis is a fairly prolific comic writer, and he does a lot of other stuff, too. But he has this like web forum where he preys on women who are trying to break into writing, and yeah, sad. He's not like I don't think he's as horrible as, say, he's not Bill Cosby, right? He's not like a horrible monster, but still, yeah, it was unfortunate to see that he's got like, they said they got rid of Warren Ellis for the last season, but he was, you know, his scripts were still used, even though he wasn't involved in the production. But like, if he did the production, like, isn't he still involved, right? So that's the question. I did watch season 4 though to finish it, because I don't know, I just felt like I should. And a lot of other people worked on it, and I want to respect their work as well. And I felt it was good. Some people thought it was rushed. I don't know. I was okay with the pacing. I know you're all trying to distract me so we don't go back to this video, but we're going to have to. This is what this stream is about. It's about the pain of conservative comedy. So let's go back to the middle of this scene. As a brief reminder, Nate Potwin is sitting down in front of this teacher who's like laying down the rules for the school. And Kevin Sorbo here is not impressed, or will soon not be impressed. Spoilers, I guess.
Sorry, go ahead.
Item 1, safety. Safety is a big priority at Safe Haven School, right? It's in the name. Hello. First thing.
That's pretty rude.
What?
Peanuts aren't allowed on school grounds.
Why?
Food allergies.
Okay.
That's actually completely reasonable. A lot of kids have very serious peanut allergies, like potentially life and death. So like making that a school rule, especially if you know there are kids with that specific allergy, makes all the sense in the world. But of course, it's like, oh, these fragile kids. Look at these snowflakes having an anaphylactic attack, huh? Guess you better need an EpiPen, snowflake. Of course, we're talking about literal children here, right? Children. Maybe we can afford to look out for the kids, but what if Kevin Sorbo wants to eat some peanuts in a parent-teacher meeting? All right, he seems like such a jerk, doesn't he?
You're Billy's dad.
That's right.
The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, does it?
Certainly hope not.
Yep.
So Billy's got a reputation at school.
I'm not dinner. Besides, I'm missing Monday Night Football.
Funny you should mention football. There's a broad consensus among the medical world that rough and tumble sports are unsafe. So, tag and dodgeball are things of the past at Safe Haven. Thank you. Thank you.
I like the one dude who applauded. Notice he was the one who had coffee spilled on him later. That's like the show subtly suggesting that, maybe he deserved to have coffee spilled on him because he doesn't want his kids playing like rough sports. It's interesting because, some of those sports, particularly full contact football, has been shown to be really damaging to kids. And what we know about concussions and the, brain damage. In my high school, we didn't actually have, unless you were on the football team, there was no full contact football. You actually had to sign up for it. So we would just play touch football. And this looks like an elementary school. I don't know how old Billy is. He's no more than 13 or 14, right? So these are young children. Maybe we don't need kids playing football is what I'm saying. Maybe a team, I guess, if that's something people really want to do, but it's, as a parent, I'd have to ask myself some questions before letting my kid play football. Or I guess since I live in Canada, it would be hockey, which is also not super easy on the body. But, if it's adults choosing to do it to themselves, it's fine. But kids, and yeah, dodgeball's weird. We just use softballs. I don't know why that's a super big issue, but I've actually never heard of dodgeball or tag being banned. Tag? Really? Okay, I guess that's the exaggeration. The hyperbole that you do in comedy, though, right? That's the hyperbole that's supposed to be funny. Let's just go.
I told you this is gonna be crazy. I'm out of here.
Nate, how would you sit?
I have to pause the stream to say I'm of course rooting for the Leafs. I live in Toronto. I'm not a super big hockey fan, but I live in this city. How can you not cheer for the Leafs? But sure. Go Leafs. Let's see if they can actually not blow it this time. I wouldn't put money on it. That's kind of their thing.
Down! This is important.
The word crazy has now been banned. We feel calling others crazy is preemptively judgmental.
What?
Preemptively judgmental. In this case, it was being used in a judgmental. It's... ableist language isn't cool, and I crazy is one of those words that's so in our lexicon that I don't know if we'll ever get rid of it, but having a conversation about how ableist language shouldn't be used, I think is fine for kids. Maybe you shouldn't let, maybe we should avoid letting kids use horrible words on one another, but I don't know. This is one of those very small potato things that gets blown up because, I guess conservative parents are worried about their kids being babied and coddled, even if they have a peanut allergy. Also, Adequate Emily, you can just know, seeing the Leafs blow it is not hilarious. It is a crime against every person who lives in this great city. So just make that straight. Just making that straight.
That's insane.
Mr. Potwin, that word was banned last year.
What? Shh. No, you shh.
Now, if you don't mind. In order to support gender neutrality, we are changing the school colors from red and blue to yellow and a slightly lighter shade of yellow. Get this. Ta-da! Safe Haven School. Safe is great.
I don't see what's wrong with the yellow shirt, but let's hear what Kevin Sorbo thinks about yellow right here.
Yellow as in cowards.
There are schools that use yellow, though, aren't there? I don't know. My high school had orange and black. I just realized that's kind of reminds me of the Netflix show, huh? My elementary school used yellow and blue, we were the lions. Here's a fun fact about my history. My elementary school were the lions. In high school, they were the tigers. And my university, I don't think we had an animal, but I did see a stuffed bear in the gift shop one time. So I like to think of my mascot education experience being lion, tigers, and bears. Oh my. So yeah, let's move on. Just enjoy that Wizard of Oz reference.
While we're on the subject of colors, I do have some good news.
I like how on the whiteboard, though, they have, like, no smoking next to all this, like, no peanuts. Like, the no smoking thing seems like a damn good rule for an elementary school. Like, yes, kids, you are not allowed to smoke. That seems perfectly reasonable, but it's up on the board of other crazy things to do with kids.
Safe Haven will now substitute colors for grades.
Ms. Lobar, the admissions offices at Harvard and Stanford don't accept colors.
See, that makes no sense. That has never happened and probably will never happen. And I guess this is a high school because they said that they talked about admission into post-secondary school. So, yeah.
But Dartmouth does.
Safety school.
This just may work
Take
out
that,
for
Dartmouth.
Billy.
All right, I'm done here. No dodgeball. Colors for grades. Words that have been around forever are now illegal. That's nuts.
Mr. Potwin, please keep your opinions to yourself.
Oh, I see. So freedom of speech is banned now. Where'd you go to school? Berkeley?
Freedom of speech is banned because they don't want him ranting in the middle of the speech. It's like, I should have the right to get up and start complaining in front of everybody, and now you want to silence my freedom of speech. It's like, no, like, there are ways of, I think, raising objections. But yeah, he's such a jerk, but he's the hero. It's weird, isn't it?
Hey, no, I got a great idea. Why don't we just have a beauty contest, kind of see where the kids stack up? Because, if we'd done that back when I was in school, she would be valedictorian.
Oh, Nate.
Trying to make a point here, babe. Work with me.
It's weird how he's objectifying his wife like that. And I don't know why he's talking about, like, beauty contests. Like, I don't know what's going on. What that whole rant was supposed to be. It's kind of nonsensical, huh? But the scream, okay, I know what's coming next. This is going to be bad if, God. I forgot about this scene, but here we're about to go to it. If we're going to go back a few years for the supposed bathroom controversy. Remember that one? So this next scene is going to deal with that, and you're going to see something that's pretty bad for pretty negative towards the trans community, let's say. So okay, I just wanted to give people a heads up. Prepare not to laugh.
Oh, no.
Nothing happens to a kid, by the way. I should mention that no kid is going to be harmed. But
So,
yeah,
we still have some wrinkles to iron out in our gender-neutral bathrooms. Mr. Ellers, they need you in the cafeteria for parents' pizza. Thank you so much.
So they say gender neutral there, but this person was called Mr. Ellers. So I guess it's a guy in drag. Like, I don't understand this, do I? Like, are they trying to make a joke here? Like, is he supposed to be trans? Like, because no or yes? I don't know. But the idea is that this dude in the washroom is a problem. But I don't know. It looks like he went to the washroom and came out. Like, did he do anything? If there were people running away screaming, I would probably stop and ask. But I guess, in the future, we're not allowed to ask because gender-neutral bathrooms and whatever. I'd probably ask. Of course, he probably, I don't know. Since it's a made-up problem, it's not a real issue, but they like to pretend it is. And I feel like in the writing of this joke, there was a lot of confusion as to what the whole controversy even is. Yeah. There we go. Kevin Sorbo doesn't
For the
approve.
love of God. You in Target too, huh?
So God has also been banned from our school. It was in the handout.
Oh,
They banned... Okay.
of course he is. I am So out of here. We are now officially homeschooling Billy.
Oh no. Let's not do anything rash, Nate.
That'll be $1.
So he now wants to homeschool his kid because he might be exposed to someone in drag in the washroom. I don't know. This is very confusing, isn't it? Like, and here's Billy selling the whoopsies, whoopie pies, whatever.
Hey, Billy.
Hey, Dad.
What's up, buddy?
Just trying to make a buck.
That's my man.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
What?
They're $1 each. And no family discounts. I got demand.
I love your entrepreneurial spirit, son. See, most kids your age, they want something for nothing. Tell you what, give me that whole shooting match.
I actually love this moment. I love it because it's the perfect example of capitalism in action. Billy did absolutely nothing to be selling those whoopie pies. His mom made them with ingredients probably purchased by his parents. They brought him to school with the whoopie pies, and he was supposed to give it to someone else. He decided, actually, I'm going to sell it and make some money off of this. He's basically profiting off the labor of his parents. They even bought the resources for it. He is doing absolutely nothing aside from creating a black market of sorts here to sell whoopie pies. Yeah, it's kind of suggesting something, isn't there, about capitalism that it doesn't realize it's suggesting, but yeah, bad stuff. We're almost done this first part, but here we go.
There you go, keep the change.
Pleasure doing business with you, Dad.
Likewise, son.
Thank you guys for your,
Hey, everyone, dessert is on me.
Mr. Potwin, those confections are banned!
Yes, and I already told his son that.
Oh my God, these are bliss.
All right.
You mind?
Take that, everybody. He's
Why
giving
don't
them
you lighten
a
up
sugary
and try?
dessert.
No, thank you.
Are you sure they're world famous?
Somehow I doubt that. I feel like you say that just to make your wife feel good about the oppressive act of baking you dessert.
Who's ever called baking dessert an oppressive act? I think it's a very nice thing to do. Whether you're male or female, right? Or non-binary or anything. Like, baking someone dessert, I think, is a nice gesture. Unless you, like, put poison in it or something.
Excuse me, but I like to bake.
Can I ask you something? Why are you so miserable?
I should give you detention.
It's weird that he asked her that. He's been like a miserable guy this whole thing. He came in, like, knocked coffee on someone, and then he was like arguing with his wife. Then he got into it with the teacher. He seems like a miserable dude, but now he's like calling her miserable. It's almost as if he's projecting the misery of his own life onto another person. She's actually been relatively upbeat for a teacher who's had to deal with Kevin Sorbo, which would be exhausting. And now she's going to give him detention.
Go ahead. I already missed Monday Night Football. I can't believe I got detention.
Welcome to my world.
Do you get it? The world according to Billy Potwin, full circle. I feel like the whole series title was written or renamed so it could fit that joke. Because the original name for the series was The Potwins, right? And now it's now it's The World According to Billy Potwin because they had that joke in there. And are we all just so happy about this? Are we laughing hysterically? This is where it ends, and you get a cover of, as you can hear, This Land Is Your Land, Woody Guthrie, who of course was very much on the left. As pointed out in the comments, he was a socialist, once again appropriating the art of the left to create something on the right, without ever really understanding the art in the first place. I feel like that's a big problem with conservative art. It doesn't seem to want to acknowledge a lot of art is on the left, or if it does, it strips it of all its meaning and context so it can be used in a very boring, superficial way. And there we go. That was the first webisode of The World According to Billy Potwin. And someone mentioning that Sorbo getting detention is a joke that works. It does. I don't know, like, logically in the context of the show, but him like, oh, he ended up getting detention for real. Like, that's a joke. But preceded by 6 minutes of nothing. So it's hard to laugh. You know, jokes in a context matter. Also, Homeless WTF. My song is sung by Dana, my friend Dana. Her name is just Dana, but I call her my friend Dana because she's my friend. Just someone I know in my life. She's a lovely and talented singer. And there's more. We have... So this was the first episode, and there were 3 more. The next 3 were cut together to make one giant long 20-something minute one. So it's about 3 times the length of this. So we're going to watch it, and it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough, everyone. We're going to get through it, though. I didn't want to separate them into each individual like snippet episode because then we'd have to go through the stupid intro and outro each time. So I'm like, why bother? So yeah, we're going to move on. And you'll notice it's still on Blaze TV, but the number of views has dropped considerably. 7,510. I mean, it is a repeat, like they put it up earlier, but the second episode, it went from 250,000 views to like 110. Then the third and fourth dropped further. Someone asking about more transphobia. I don't think so. I don't remember any. If any comes up as we're watching, I'll give you a heads up. There is some racism, specifically anti-black racism. That's like, it's not as overt as you would think, but it's pretty, like, it's making fun of black people on the left, basically. Yeah. I'm just doing a quick little search here before we start, because there is going to be additional information I want to say. And you can see like the cast here. We've got, of course, got Kevin Sorbo right here in the middle. Our hero, Billy Potwin, his son, his wife. I don't remember his wife's name. This is his daughter. I forgot his daughter's name. This is his daughter's love interest. This is the guy who works at Nate Potwin's paint store. That's his job. And then on the far left, we have... oh God, I can't remember his name, but it's Potwin the senior. It's Kevin Sorbo's dad, played by Barry Bostwick. Okay. Someone asked, do they have one of the good ones in there? They don't, but it's yeah, it ain't great. It ain't great. For some reason, there's another employee at the paint store who's not here. I don't know why she isn't. She's a Hispanic woman. Also not a great depiction. Not as racist as the black dude. And here we go. I have a heavy sigh when I'm about to do this, but it's like, it's my choice. I could just not do this, right? Like, this is my stream. But I decided that this is what we're doing. So this is what we're doing. Let's go in. Oh yeah, we probably have to skip over the intro.
Good morning, class. I am your new teacher, Mrs.
It's a
Potwin.
weird cut.
Stop! Go away! No!
Someone asking where all the dislikes come from. I am not the first person on the left to stream this video, so I think a lot of people bounced into this video and dropped some dislikes on it. There's a few good comments that I'll highlight after the video that made me laugh. I think Lance from the Surfs watched it, and I know I definitely did with We're in Hell and Chill Goblin. And since it's got so many views to begin with, it's very easy to like dip in and like mess with the metrics a little. But I would still advise not watching it, because why would you want to watch this?
No! I did not sign up for this.
Mom! Since I'm 15 minutes early, thinking that gets added to my lunch break, right?
There's a joke. We're just gonna skip that intro.
So Billy, we're gonna start with science because that was my favorite in 8th grade. I'm gonna find something really interesting.
Yeah, sure, whatever, Mom.
He's kind of a dick to his mom. Like, you didn't have to say it like that. She's trying her best.
Ooh.
Dude, Miss Lobar just made today a no homework celebration day.
What? Why?
She didn't say, but word on the street is it's because you're being homeschooled now.
What is a no homework celebration day? Is that a thing? Like, do people do this in the US or parts of Canada I'm not familiar with? I've never heard of that, but okay. Let's let's keep going.
So, you know, thanks for getting expelled.
Tell everyone I'll be back.
But when?
Keep my seat warm. I'm working on a plan.
So it's kind of weird that they said he was expelled, but the previous episode ended with Kevin Sorbo pulling his kid out of school. So bit of continuity. I think they really dropped the ball on that one. That's where it all fell apart.
Got it, Billy.
Environmental science. The consensus of the world scientists agree that man-made activity has led to global warming and climate change. And
That's
if
true.
we do not reduce our carbon footprint, the polar caps will melt and the rising sea level will put major American coastal cities underwater.
This is the clip I used in my video. She's totally right. Well, it's like actually not totally right. The rising sea levels won't put cities completely underwater. Like, I mean, if we're looking at skyscrapers, it's highly unlikely sea levels will rise that high. But just, you know, a rise of a meter or two can be devastating and flood certain areas. And yeah, it's dangerous. Global warming is bad. It's bad, everyone. I'm just going to go out there and say it.
So, New York, Miami, and Los Angeles underwater. What's the downside?
Billy!
There's the joke I used in my video. Now you have the full context, but it gets worse. Here's how it gets worse.
This is serious. You're gonna have a test on this.
Be that as it may, I'm not buying what you're selling.
I am not selling anything, young man. I am trying to teach you.
And I love learning, but even an idiot can tell that this is bogus.
Yeah, even an idiot can tell global warming isn't real. I'm so excited to see this kid just destroy it. Here it comes. He's gonna destroy it.
Don't make homeschooling any harder than it has to be. Okay, please?
I'm just saying, you gotta look at both sides of the equation, which I don't see in this particular narrative.
That's actually not true. You don't have to look at both sides of an equation if one side is bogus. If one side is science and the other is nonsense, you don't have to look at that side. It's a fun fact. Something is like, there are interesting scientific questions where there are multiple sides, more than two even. But yeah, this ain't one of them.
Weather is weather. To quote Nobel Prize-winning physicist Ivar Giver, climate change orthodoxy has become a new religion for scientists, and the data isn't nearly sufficient enough for this type of conformity.
Jeeves is a total hack.
Grandpa is totally right. So I actually looked up this scientist when I was working on this as a video. The scientist being quoted is not a climate scientist. He's actually a physicist. And a big part of his critique of climate change is that he doesn't think the global temperature measurements, particularly the historic ones, are accurate. And he's basing that on the idea that it's impossible to get measurements as accurate as the ones they're professing to have had. It's a kind of weird misunderstanding. He's arguing from the point, like, if I'm in a lab and trying to get an exact measurement down to like 2 decimal places, it's extremely difficult. But yet we have accurate measurements for the whole world. And like, that's kind of the point. We don't need measurements down to 2 decimal points. We just need a general one. And so long as the instruments are consistent and give us consistent results, we can actually have maybe not a 100% accurate reading of temperature. It can at least give us a good understanding of it. And the historical records, looking at how quickly certain trees grow, for instance, and how that might be affected by climate, that's another way we can figure out the temperature. And we'll never know, like 20 million years ago, what the exact temperature was on February 3rd or whatever. But we have enough data that gives us a good idea of what it was like. And anyway, his whole thing is kind of, it's bogus, and he was actually kicked out of a physical society, as in for physicians, not physicians, physicists. That's what I want to say, because of his stance on climate change. And he gave a few lectures on them. The lectures are pretty bogus. I think Potholer54 has a whole video where he goes after those claims and really takes it down. Also, people mentioning the weather thing he said, weather is weather. That's one of the dumbest things people can say. Like, if someone just restates what something is, like, weather is weather. Okay, good. That's not a very nuanced or interesting take. Anyway, the grandpa's pretty good in this. He does get a little weird at times. Here we go. Let's resume.
So a Nobel Prize winning scientist is discredited in your universe?
No, he's making a political statement, not a scientific one. He's a sellout.
See, that's a good point. Just because someone won a Nobel Prize doesn't mean it's in the field they're speaking in. And if you listen to this scientist's particular points, he talks a lot about politicians he doesn't like. It's a lot of weird discussion about Al Gore and Barack Obama, and it's like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, you're either going to discuss the science or not. You don't have to start talking about politicians. Why not engage with the actual science? But it's clear he's afraid of like a socialist agenda. That was something he brought up. It's like, this guy's clearly driven by politics. Yeah. And someone mentioned this is actually how the appeal to authority works, because this is you're appealing to someone's authority that's not really reflective of an actual expertise. So like, if you're appealing to a climate scientist, you're not appealing to their authority, you're appealing to their expertise. In a sense, they're authorities in that field, but it's like saying, look, appealing to a climate scientist for climate makes sense, but if I was talking about physics, then this Nobel Prize winning physicist would be a great person to appeal to, because, that's his domain, that's his expertise. Anyway, that's an important thing to understand when it comes to the whole appeal to authority fallacy. Some people not use it. A lot of people will use it to discredit people who are actually experts in the field they're discussing, and just say, oh, it's an appeal to authority. It's like, no, it's appealing to an expert. It's an appeal to an authority who actually has expertise, which is relevant. Let's continue on and get a bit more of this grandpa who you're all like cheering for him. You're not going to be cheering for him the whole way through because he says some dumb stuff, but in this moment, he is our hero.
As if all climate change scientists aren't doing the same.
I like how you said all climate change all climate change scientists are being political. Okay, right. I actually once heard a really interesting point about that. Like, if those scientists really wanted to make money, they would like go into industry and start talking about how climate change isn't real, or we don't know what's going on. We don't know enough about it. We need more money for research. But they're pretty consistent, It's not a great way to make money to keep saying the same thing for decades. Like, you don't get a lot of funding to say like, yep, climate change is still a thing. But here we go.
Would you chill out? Hey, Judy.
Thanks for coming, Davis. I could really use the help.
Well, it's cool. In this reoccurring dream that I have about us, it always comes down to this.
What? Me changing your mind about climate change?
That's a good one. No, me turning you on to the coolness of math.
Said no one ever.
He kind of said that weird. When I was watching this with We're in Hell and Chill Goblin, they were suspicious that something is up with Barry Bostwick. Like, turn you on to math. I don't know. I didn't really see it. Did people see anything that made them think like, suspicious? I thought I'd bring that up. But let's also look at this great establishing shot where you can clearly see that the Potwin's paint and wallpaper was photoshopped on there. Very poorly. They didn't even bother putting it up here. They just put a black shape to cover up the actual store name. Pretty lazy, if I must say, but let's go.
Hey, babe.
I know public school wasn't a challenge for Billy, but I don't think homeschooling is the best idea.
Well, what's the problem?
He knows more than the textbooks.
Does he? Does he really? It sounds like he knows way less if he's talking about both sides on climate change. But I guess the mom is out of her depth.
That boy is smart, I will give him that.
And your dad's here.
Why? What, did you mistake her home for a safe space?
Billy needs to learn.
A safe space joke, but like, shouldn't your son's home be a safe space, first of all? But just, it's one of those jokes when you hear it, it just deflates you because it's not really clever or funny. It's just a shot against the left. It's like, safe space, right? Safe space. And it's, hate to break it to everyone, it's not going to be the last safe space joke we hear. I think there's one or two more. But just like, it's one of those lines people go to. It's like the attack helicopter joke, right? It's just a line that's used to signify that you hate the left and that we can all laugh about how we hate the left. It's the antithesis of funny. It's just signifying that you're part of a group.
Math. And in case you've forgotten, Davis was a math major in college.
Yeah, between protests and pot busts.
I've been hoping forever the two of you.
First of all, getting busted for pot is bogus and going to protest is cool. He sounds like, see, Grandpa sounds cool. I would have liked to hang out with him in college. If he's like, he's got pot, you'll go to a protest. That seems pretty chill. Like, isn't that what college is about? Also learning. Also, he's a math major. He learned, and you know, math majors are no joke. They're pretty clever folks.
Would find common ground. Maybe having him tutor Billy is it.
You know, I told you stay away from the Kool-Aid.
Nate, this is serious.
All right, just stay level, babe. You know, as we say in the paint biz, it is all about the first coat. I'll be home.
Do they say that in the paint biz? It's all about the first coat. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Does anyone know what that means? Okay. Vanguard Supreme, thank you for watching and telling me. Good on you, Jose, for watching this thing in incognito mode. Last thing you need is messing up your feed with PureFlix movies and whatever this is. Yeah, that's true. My feed is actually all messed up. I use it for research. I have a personal one I use in a different browser. But yeah, this would mess up your recommendations.
Soon, okay? All right, bye.
Here we go. God. This scene, I think this is maybe one of the most, I want to say talked about, but who's talking about it? This is a scene that's going to get some reactions. Brace yourselves. There's one of the employees at the paint store, and we're going to see how he helps two customers acting the way real black people, I think, supposedly do. Except not really, of course. But here's how the show thinks. It makes me think the person who wrote this has never met a black person. Let's just put it that way. Let's go.
What are you folks painting? The garage. Any front runners?
I'm leaning deep Victorian brown.
Ooh, brave choice. For God's sake, Melissa, why don't you just paint the damn thing black? What was that?
I can't believe you just said that.
What? You got a problem?
I mean, we've all been there, right? Like you said, like, I don't want to paint something black, and then the black worker is like, ugh, how dare you?
Would paint some black? Just my garage. I mean, no. Obviously, black is cool with me and my wife. Yeah, right, honey? What?
So what color would you paint the trim?
White? Off-white.
White. What kind of stereotypes you trying to perpetrate with the paint of your garage? Once again, surrounding black with white.
Listen, man, please don't hurt me. We just want to paint our garage without any racial connotations.
He's joking, right? So, like, the joke is that, like, oh, he's just messing with him, right? But he's acting out a conservative fear, right? Like, you don't know what to say. You don't know what to say around a black person or you might piss him off, right? This has never happened. This would never happen. This is not based in reality. I don't even know why, like, who would even make this joke? And, like, it's so detached from reality. And I would put my head in the space of like the white person here, obviously. And it's like, I just don't even know how this would happen in a store. Like, who would do this? I'm struggling to find something constructive to say, because there's just, it feeds on this really bad stereotype and then tries to play it off as a joke. Except, is it a joke? We still have another twist.
Yeah, no, I'm just messing with you. Deep Victorian Brown is a great choice. Yeah.
Right?
That's funny.
You know, I do what I can. So how much you gonna need? 50 gallons? 50, right? Right? Great. Let's do this.
So we're like, oh, he's not super like weird about making them feel weird about race stuff, except no, he did that as a tactic to sell them paint. That is, he is a black man preying on white people's anxiety around race to screw them out of their money so they'll have to buy more paint. In other words, it's a racist caricature. Sorry, I just, it is such a ridiculous, absurd caricature, and he's like the one black person in this whole thing, and he's a bad stereotype. What a shock, right? What a shock. And I don't know where the joke is here. This just seems like racism. Like, where is the joke? Is the joke on like white people being so scared of black people? Like, but they should have been scared, because this guy, I mean, not in real life, in the context of the show, he is a guy who's taken advantage of them. So how do we square this? How do we understand this scene? And I don't know how to understand it in a way that doesn't reinforce racist stereotypes. It's just, it's bad. It's so bad. I don't know who would find this funny. That's a good point, huh? Someone saying we are the joke. The joke is on us for watching. Fair point. Fair point. And I like all the flat, like, straight faces, just like, Why is the black character gotta be black, huh? Like, that's basically the joke, isn't it? Bad. It's really bad. And no, I'm not a VTuber. Or am I? Is that? Oh, maybe I am. I don't even know. But here we go. We're gonna keep going. If you're wondering, like, the racism is surely over now. It's not. We're gonna get a little bit more. Don't you worry about that.
Got time to lean, you got time to clean.
Mr. Bowman, can I ask you something?
Of course.
Should I put this selfie on my Instagram?
You know, what the hell is this?
It's Billy's. He said...
So Billy put that there. Get it? Reparation fund isn't... Yeah.
There's something about assuaging white privilege. To be honest, I don't understand him most of the time.
You have my permission to tell him no.
So it's nice that he doesn't want his son doing this, because it's such a horrible thing to do. Preying on racial anxiety, I guess. Billy's being a scamp, doing the bad thing. You know, the thing we literally just saw the one black character do. But no one's calling out that character. In fact, let's see how we react to him.
Thank you, but I got enough enemies, and little Trump is the last person whose social media crap list I need to be on.
50 gallons of deep Victorian brown coming through.
50 gallons? Good job.
Bless you.
Oh, no, you don't have to.
No, I want to do my part.
They named a pen color after Victorian Brown? Isn't she married to Chris from the rapper? I love her.
Wow, everyone is an idiot, huh? It's just... This is sapping my strength and my commentary muscles, but the white people, the white couple, are still clearly in the thrall of their racial anxiety, so they donate to the reparations fund. And this woman behind the counter, her accent, God, I don't know if it's real or not. I try not to ask about that, or I don't inquire too deeply, but it feels like it's being played up for a reason. So let's get to know her a little better in this scene. Actually, the cashier.
I don't even know what to say to that. Look, could you tell Deshaun that I had to go home? He should close up, okay?
You didn't answer my question.
What? Oh, you know what? I don't care. I mean, if you like the picture, then post away.
I don't know. I'm just like afraid people think I'm a loser, you know? Working in a paint store?
I feel your shame each and every day.
Me too.
Look,
I actually kind of like that joke where it's like, I feel like a loser working in this paint store, and it's his paint store. Like, take that, Nate Potwin. It's very ambivalent, and you know, we've seen characters like this in the past, but in the context of this show, it doesn't quite work. Because it just comes off as she's like one of the few female. Well, no, there's several female characters. That's not fair. She's like the one Hispanic character, so it's kind of like, that's kind of depressing. Someone's saying this actress isn't even Hispanic. Is she not? Let me look this up. Oh yeah, her name is Lauren Beveridge. She plays Hilda. Let's just quickly pull up her IMDb. So that's her, huh? Is this brownface or, huh? I don't know. The thing is, like, just because someone has a white name or looks white doesn't mean they're not necessarily not Hispanic. So I'm not gonna argue anything here, but. I would look that up if I was talking about this show, because like in the year 2020, like, yeah, that's not cool. I guess people are saying the accent is fake because maybe they heard her in something else. Maybe it is fake. If it is fake, that's really, really terrible. They couldn't find a Latina actor. Maybe, yeah. Thing is, there are white Hispanic people, including me. I'm one. Well, that's because my family is from Spain, so I don't even. I mean, technically we're Hispanic, but I think Spanish is more accurate because, you know, Spain. And I always, when people say Hispanic, people often think Latin American, and I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding there. Leaving Lauren Beveridge is the whitest name I've ever heard. Yeah, I mean, maybe. And yeah, I when I say I meant Latina, but it's all very complicated. And there are lots of white Hispanic people. I'm not, like I said, technically I am one of those people. But when we're talking about Spanish-speaking background, even though actually, yeah. Here we go. Let's move on. This is like. Let's move on. Oh God, I want to do this discourse now because like people are talking about how white people are in Spain. It's funny because I have like cousins who are quite dark skinned. I have one cousin who could easily pass for Latina, like easily, as when with if she said, well, aside from her voice, obviously, because the accent gives you away of where you're from, and Spanish. From Spain has a very distinct sound, kind of like how English in England or the UK has a distinct sound as well. And it's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting, the difference. But let's finish up. We're not going to see any more of Hilda. Here's a question, actually, for anyone who's Latin American in the audience. Hilda, how common is that name in Latin American countries? Because in Spain, it's not super common. I don't know if I've ever met a Hilda in Spain. It's like, I don't know, like I don't want to like jump to any conclusions, but it's a name that I hear it. I'm like, is that a name? Either way, maybe she's just, but the thing is she has an accent. So like, I'm very perplexed by this person's ancestry. Like, it's the one compelling thing about her because her character is so boring and one note that I wish we could talk about how the character is interesting, but she's just not. Okay. So So no one's backing up the Hilda thing being in Latin America. I know it's a German name, right? So I don't know. There's no problem with a Hispanic person named Hilda, of course. It's just unusual. And I'm trying to find something interesting to talk about in the context of this terrible show. Let's continue.
Tell your InstaSnap friends that it's a paint salon, not a paint store.
Salon. I love it. Thanks, Mr. P. You're the best.
You know, your mother only yodels when she's stressed out or when she's practicing for a competition, and what's up with that?
Yodeling mother is, that's a joke. Is it funny, though? I'm not making an InstaSnap. Don't you worry about that. It's interesting, we were just talking about Hilda, and now we're on yodeling. Is yodeling a German thing? Actually, I have no idea. It's like Nordic, isn't it? I don't know. Let's not go down this road.
I actually believe she's got the yodeling state championships coming up.
Right on.
What state has yodeling championships? I'm very curious.
There you go. Fun with algebraic equations. Not your father's geometry. Wake up. And everybody's favorite, the thrill of trigonometry. You know, when I'm done with you, you're going to be a bona fide mathematician.
Yeah, I hate to throw shade on your new girlfriend, Math.
Oh, look at that great lingo. Throwing shade on your girlfriend, Math. What's wrong with liking math? Come on.
But I have all I need right here. I have an app for math.
An aptitude. That's good for you. It's sort of like...
No, an app. A smartphone application.
So this is one of those things smart-ass kids always say. Like when you're in elementary school, it's like, why do I need to learn math? I have a calculator. Which is just, it's missing the point of school, right? Like, learning math in school is important because you might need it later on in your life, and you might want a deeper understanding of it aside from putting numbers into a computer. Of course we have calculators. That's not the point. We have spell check too. That doesn't mean you shouldn't learn how to spell. But like this is the part where we go like, oh, the kid, he's about to have his comeuppance, right? He's gonna learn that you can't just have a calculator and think this is going to solve all your problems with math in the future. Certainly not at school.
Oh, okay, Mr. Big Shot. What is the square root of 188?
Siri, what's the square root of 188?
The square root of 188 is 13.7113.
Sounds nice. Friend of yours?
Yeah, my question for you is exactly when would I ever need to know what the square root of 188 is?
The specific square root of 188, you probably might not need to know that exact calculation a million times of your life, but knowing what a square root is, how to calculate it, and why you would calculate it, like obviously you would need to know that for so many things. If you're going into, I don't know, engineering or coding or like architecture, like there's so many reasons you need math. And this isn't even like, we're not talking about like quadratic equations, or those aren't even that complicated. We're not like having these elaborate, complicated math that's like really esoteric for weird calculations. It's just like the square root of something. Like, what if you're trying to figure out, I don't know, the area of a location in your home, like, and someone says, oh, it's 30 square feet. Like, what does that mean, right? Like, you should have an idea of what that means. And it's just, God, it's so frustrating listening to this kid sometimes. And he's meant to be the clever one in this scene. That's the amazing things.
I mean, is it going to be on my driver's exam? Do people ask you this before they'll change the oil in your car or seat you at a restaurant?
Wow. Someone pointed out earlier, this kid said he loves to learn. Apparently not math. And he could easily become a YouTuber with that kind of attitude.
I'm gonna go check on your mom. You just hang here with your Pakistani girlfriend, Siri.
So I actually looked up that the name Siri is not Pakistani. It's short for Sigurd, which is it's a Nordic name. So yeah, that's weird.
Kazakhstan is about 7,600.
Ooh, that kid. Yeah, he can be a real downer sometimes.
I blame myself.
Here's something to figure out. I noticed Emily had a great point that Kevin Sorbo uses math as a small business owner. Also, it's a paint store. Knowing the surface area of what you're painting is very important, and being able to calculate how much paint you'll need for a certain area. Yeah, you might need to know square footage. It might actually be important. And yeah, there we go.
Watching Fox News when I was pregnant with him.
Nah. Yeah.
Try gluten-free.
I'm vegan now.
The joke was he was vegan. Isn't that hilarious? He's vegan. Get it? Get it? Yeah, let's move on.
Oh, hi, sweetie.
There's my girl.
Can't talk right now, Grandpa. We've got work to do. Come on.
Hey. Now there's a killer example of a good old-fashioned public school education. A human female that has been equipped to take on the man.
Yeah, she's not our little girl anymore, Davis. She's growing up.
Yeah, that's what time does.
I'll say.
Goes forward.
I feel like they didn't know how to end that scene. They're just like, it goes forward, yeah. And as you can tell, the sister character is going to be bad because the grandpa likes her and has his seal of approval. I'm trying to remember her name right now. It actually, she is someone. She is an actress who has been in things. Does anyone recognize her? Before I just give you her name, which I'm totally not Googling right now because I know it. Like, actually, I don't, but... And I should probably... And the dude next door is obviously... He's got a man bun, so we've got to be very suspicious of his man bun, right? Because how can you trust someone who's got one of those? And we're about to learn a lot about these people, and I kind of want to... I just want to sort of take a moment here. We're about a little over a third of the way through, and I just want to make sure everyone's feeling good. Everyone's feeling strong. Feeling like we can take on the rest of this episode and face it with all the power we need to, because this is something we'll have to summon a lot of strength. So right, I got her name for us. No one guessed, or at least I didn't see it in the chat. The sister is actually Sarah Fisher, who I feel like I gotta bring up because she's from Ottawa, but she was born in Toronto. That's my hometown, and she was in, as we can see here, Degrassi: The Next Generation, Canadian show, and I don't know how she ended up on this, and. I always feel a little weird when her name's Megan, by the way, Megan Potwin on the show, and she's clearly got a career, enough of one, but it's kind of sad to think, because for those who don't know, Degrassi is like a very big show in Canada. The original version in the 1980s was huge. It was huge, and a lot of people are mentioning that, and Drake got his start in The Next Generation. So clearly it's a launching pad for stars. And now she's in this. And I'm like, what happened? So she was Becky Baker for 2012 to 2015. I don't know what seasons there are. I never really watched Degrassi. It's one of those shows you just know if you're in Canada because it's so part of like our culture. A fun story is that one of the kids who was on the original Degrassi, I don't know which one it was, but one of them went to the same elementary school as me. He was obviously many years ahead of me because that show was on in the 1980s, before I was born. So he was many, many years ahead of me. And it's like, it's kind of like a thing. Like people are like, oh, if you tell someone that in Canada, it gets very exciting. And I remember when they brought it back and it was such a big deal. Like Degrassi's coming back, everyone. And it ran for years. It launched Drake's career. And I don't know how many of the kids actually went over to do big things. But yeah, I just wanted to mention Sarah Fisher. I hope this is just a job she needed to take to make some money and her future leads her to something better. Unless she's terrible. If she's terrible, then she can stay where she is, making terrible conservative comedy. But I hope not. I hope she's a good person. And I hope all of these people are good people who just need money. Like one comment someone pointed out in the video is that Barry Bostwick actually was doing a table read of Rocky Horror for the Biden campaign. So I guess he's a bit on the left. How he ended up on this, I'm not sure. But maybe it's also a paycheck for him. Which really reminds you that there's some money behind this. Like, that's kind of frustrating, isn't it? That these shows that are so bad still get to be made with a budget, meager as that may be, because you just need to impress some rich people. And so many rich people are conservative. Excuse me. Let's see this scene. We'll see her acting chops with her romantic interest here. I forgot the name of the guy. I guess we'll find out in this scene, probably. I hope.
Why aren't you in school?
Oh, but I am.
What?
You've been so busy trying to overthrow the government, you obviously haven't kept up with family news.
There's news.
You should download the Potwin Family app. Keep up with the family going-ons, learn all the scuttlebutt, contribute to my reparation fund. If you had the app, you'd know I'm being homeschooled.
Oh God, poor mom.
She has the right response. An app about your family. I guess this is supposed to say he's like a child genius who made a family app. Like, why would you make an app for 5 people?
Hey, dude.
Did you know that the word dude was first used in the late 1800s as a term of mockery for young men that were overly concerned with keeping up with the latest fashions?
I did not know that.
So it wasn't the word dude, it was doodle. That's what he's referring to. And it was like stylish guys. It wasn't really derisive, or at least not that I know of. But, you know, we've all heard Yankee Doodle, so it's not quite the thing. And, ooh, someone is spamming in chat. You gotta chill out there, dude. Admiral Akbar, yeah. Please don't spam chat.
Thanks for sharing your knowledge, little man.
Please don't get him started. The boys from Brazil don't have an off switch.
Wow, another
There's
Nazi reference.
Nice Nazi
That's getting
reference
posted on Snapchat. It's the 10th one this month, in case you were wondering.
I wasn't.
Then you won't mind if I post?
Not in the least.
Great, because you're going to love this meme.
Isn't the joke, you know, that the left always calls other people Hitler, but I guess in this case the right does too? It's funny, when I think about this, I always remember how Glenn Beck kept calling Barack Obama like Hitler or Goebbels, or he was always comparing that administration to the Nazis. And now we pretend like it's only the left that does this. Just kind of weird how that flipped. And it's kind of ridiculous too, because we've all heard the meme about Nazis being socialists. How exasperating. And this isn't, like, how is this a meme? It's just like a mean thing to do to your sister, but yeah.
Don't you dare put that out in the universe, you little Neanderthal.
Well, when you put it like that...
That's a good one.
He literally just saw the image, and I guess he has alerts for whenever his girlfriend's little brother tweets something. That's weird. That's highly suspicious. Like, what's up with this dude? He's, I guess, a leftist caricature, but cool. Let's go.
Excuse you, that's me.
Oh, dude. Sorry.
And why do you follow my little brother on Snapchat?
Do you two always fight like this?
Just the days of the week that end in 1.
So I need a moment because like the chat thing kind of is messed up and I need to get rid of some people. I'm sorry about this. Let's just talk amongst ourselves. I'm banning as best I can. The problem is this interface really sucks. Like, why is it making it so hard? This is awful. We just need a moment. I'm getting rid of them as quickly as I can. This is frustrating. But yeah, taking some time here to deal with people in chat who do this horrible stuff. If you can report on your end, that's great. That would help. Right now I'm focusing on just like getting rid of these messages off the chat because it's bad. It's bad. But I'm sure someone's having a good time laughing at this because, I don't know, I always think they're just sad people, I guess. And yeah. All right. Are we okay? Did I get all of them? Got a couple of them. We're just we're all trying to do our best here. And yeah, once again, reporting helps. It'd be cool if YouTube could figure a way to like get rid of this stuff entirely, you know? And almost got all of them, or at least make it easy. Thanks, Jonathan Becker. I appreciate them. I'm slowly getting all the accounts out of here. Ugh, God. Almost done. I hope. Yeah. Does anyone want to like volunteer to be a mod here to help out? Because this is like being real difficult. Or like, yeah, maybe I have to disable chat for a second. We're all having a good time laughing at Kevin Sorbo here, but someone say it in Spanish. Okay, I trust adequate Emily to be a help here. I will give you the powers of modship. If YouTube will let me. I think a big part of it is it's just like, it's so clumsy. I think I accidentally hit someone here as well, so let me try and undo that one. And let's like quickly talk about Twitch. I was actually hoping to simultaneously stream this on Twitch, but I wasn't able to because, well, there was a big issue with simulstream. Like I couldn't get it to work out. And, or at least I didn't have time to figure it out because it's been a very busy week. Unfortunately. But, yeah. Anyway, thank you, Frosties, for becoming a member. That's cool. I think there was one person I accidentally, ooh, where's the person I accidentally hit? Because like sorry if you're someone I accidentally picked up in that little sweep of bands. If I got you and you weren't part of it, send me a message either on Twitter or email. I probably won't be able to do it in the stream just because, you know, it's tough. Okay, so I think I hope I didn't get anyone by accident. I hope I didn't get anyone accidentally. Oh, look, we got another member. Thank you, Mimi Heart 9. That's very cool of you. I appreciate you. And Emily, if you can like clean anything up, I'm going to try and go forward a little. You are a queen, and I will give you a crown. That's weird. Do people say that? I just said it. We're saying it now. And now we're like, go subscribe to her. Like, yeah, what is wrong with you people? Her videos are great. I'm in one of them, I think. Yeah, I am, right. I did a thing there. God, I get asked to do a lot of videos. I forget which ones I'm in. But it was the one about Dutch Girl, I think. Was that it? It was about the representation of trans women in movies. It was a great video, though. I do remember that. And I still get notifications all the time on Twitter liking the tweet where Emily tweeted about it. And yeah, dropped your crown. That's what I meant to say. Excellent, Emily. I'm trying to like wrap that into something regal. Adequate to regal Emily, monarch Emily. Okay. So we got adequate Emily on the case, so I feel like we can trust her in her very capable hands. Look at that. Look at that. Good stuff. Now, right. So now you're gonna get shut down because we got a cool mod, and I kind of just like watching Emily take care of this stuff. She's very good. We're gonna go back to the video now and return the stream to the regularly scheduled content because that's why we're all here, right? So let's look at this lovely scene where we learn about Billy's sister. What's her name again? Megan, and her boyfriend or partner or something.
Why?
So, 5.
Where'd you find this guy? I like him.
We met in our contemporary lesbian literature class.
Contemporary lesbian literature. I went to school that had a lot of different classes. Nothing like that.
So you're scamming chicks. Good for you.
The idea that a guy would go to that class just to pick up women is, as I say this as a guy who went to university that happened to have a lot of women in the various classes I took because I majored in, I had a double major in English and psychology, which tend to skew to more female students. And I chose those courses and I chose those subjects because I liked them. The thing about higher education is it's expensive. And I would not spend thousands of dollars so I could have access to women, right? Like, there are bars. There are all sorts of places you can go to hit on women. And, like, you can meet people in class. That's totally fine. But it seems like a lot of money and a lot of effort to do something, I guess. Also, contemporary lesbian literature. I'm not saying every woman in that class would necessarily be a lesbian, but I feel like that might be a class that people from that community might be interested in. So if you're looking to pick up women, that's not the best option. You'd probably want some, like, I don't know, feminist literature class or something. But I don't know. Contemporary lesbian literature could also be pretty good too. I would love to see the reading on list on that because there could be a lot of good stuff. And I'll tell a brief story of when I was in university. So one of my psych classes was sex and gender, and it was very, very female skewed. Or there were a lot of women in that class. There were 3 guys. I was one of them, and I think there were like 30 or 40 women. It was, I didn't know that going into it. When I got there, I was like, oh, okay. And that was just how it was. The class was actually super interesting. Fun stuff happened in that class. I passed out in the middle of one class, and it's one of those things. It's never happened before or since, but I fell down, and I remember waking up and like seeing everyone standing above me looking down, and I thinking like, oh, this is a weird dream. And I closed my eyes to go back to sleep, and then I opened them and I'm like, oh, this isn't a dream. This is real life. And this pain in my head is like the pain of my head hitting the ground when I passed out. And I got up and I eventually left and went to the doctor. I didn't need CPR, no. It was a blood pressure thing. I'm actually a bit anemic. It's happened in the past where I felt anemic. So it's triggered by a very specific thing. I don't know if I want to go into details because it's very unpleasant, but basically it involves severe depictions of severe abuse to children. There's something about that just triggers something very deeply in me. It has, like, I have no memory whatsoever of anything ever happening to me. My childhood was fine, but there's something about it that just, I guess it's like something that freezes my blood, and it's just very unpleasant. I remember the last time I felt like it was going to happen was when I was in a linguistics class, and we were watching this video about, her real name wasn't Jeannie, but that was the name she was given. It's a very famous case study where she had this horrible childhood where she wasn't allowed to speak, and she passed the period where people acquire language, so she was never going to learn how to speak English. And there was, even though the images that were displayed were sad, but they weren't depictions of abuse, it was still so upsetting to me that I started to feel lightheaded. And I remember the thing that really got to me was when she was sitting on a picnic bench very quietly by herself, and they rolled a ball to her, and she just didn't even react to it. Like, she didn't even know what the ball was. And it just, I don't know, it broke my heart. And people saying feral children, she wasn't a feral child. She was actually under the care of very abusive adults. She was basically kept in a closet, as someone points out. And it was just things like that. I could feel my body start to go numb in that moment. And it's scary. And I learned how to avoid things like that in the future, because it has nothing to do with me personally or my experiences, but there's something about it that just really resonates very strongly. It's okay. If people worried about me passing out, I can talk about it. It's fine. And it's never affected the research for one of my videos because it's a topic I generally avoid and try not to go in that direction, because it's not something, it's not necessary for my channel to really discuss anyway, so it's fine. And This is getting pretty heavy, huh? It's yeah, it's unpleasant. And thank you, Jose Campos, for the donation there. It's put a little smile on me, and I feel like I need a smile. And you know what would really make me happy? Not watching any more of this video, but we're here. We're here. We're gonna get through it, and we're gonna watch the rest of this terrible comedy because we're over halfway. Did you know we're over halfway through this? And then it's done. And isn't that nice to think about? So let's resume The World According to Billy Potwin.
No, dude. I really like lesbian literature.
As does the entire internet.
Just ignore him. You are not getting under my skin today. I have much bigger things on my horizon.
Dude, we're getting paid to protest.
How much?
Isn't that true? Who gets paid to protest? Oh God, lovely.
$100 a day. And there's donuts.
I would protest for $100 a day. For a good cause anyway. I like how he's like, I'm thinking about this. Like, what's to think about? Go get your $100, loser.
Your mom has a nice voice. Is she Swiss or something?
She does that when she's stressed.
Your little bro seems cool.
That's the perfect reaction to that statement. Like, your little brother seems cool. And you just sort of look at him like, yeah. And I hope in her head she's thinking like, it's over. I will never, ever be with this guy ever again.
Do you like me?
Sure, yeah.
If we're going to have a future together, you need to understand one thing. What I said before is true. My little brother is quite possibly a Nazi.
But he's so small.
True facts.
So was Eichmann once.
I heard that!
That's more of an observation than a joke. Like, it might be a little rough to say Billy Potwin is a Nazi, but he's a scummy kid. And let's go back to the baking, I guess.
Oh, hey, honey. Oh, whoopie pie's my favorite.
Oh, I don't think I can do this.
Do what, babe?
Homeschool him. He intimidates me.
Oh, Billy can be a handful.
And Megan's in there with some guy with a man bun, and now Davis is involved, and I feel like I've added the last ingredient just to make the gunpowder go boom.
Man bun. Look, honey, you're worrying too much. I mean, look, I'll deal with Dad, and Billy's gonna be just fine.
No. This is what keeps me up at night, Nate. I am aging.
Oh, come on. You look great.
Oh, I look like something the cat dragged in and then, thinking better of it, just dragged back out again.
Okay, look, I'll tell you what. You pour us a couple glasses of wine. I'm gonna bring Megan her school project supplies, and then you and I will have a talk, okay?
Okay, thanks for the teamwork.
XW is the perpendicular. Oh, hey, Nate.
Davis?
You know, this whole homeschooling thing, not a big fan. It weakens the public school system.
That's a weird objection I've never heard in my life. Homeschooling is so minuscule in its impact, it won't have a major effect on public schooling. You know what has a bad effect on public schooling? Make property taxes being aligned to public schools, so rich neighborhoods get better quality schools than poor neighborhoods. That's a bigger issue. But one kid leaving school isn't going to make a difference. And you still pay property tax, by the way.
Yeah, well, darn those homeschoolers for testing higher than public educated kids.
It's not fair. And it makes them feel bad.
So
this is where he becomes a really bad leftist caricature, and he doesn't have anything like to respond to Kevin Sorbo's excellent points. And he does call his dad Davis because he's a hippie and he doesn't want to be called dad. That's, I think, the subtext there.
Should deny a parent's right to educate their children as they see fit?
Smoking like a true one percenter.
Dad, look around. Do I look like I'm a one percenter?
I gotta say, he owns his own business. He has a home. His wife is apparently doesn't need a job. Maybe he's not in the 1%, but he's probably up there. He's doing pretty well for himself. And the idea that he's not is like, it's genuinely annoying to people who, like, having your own home is a big deal. Being able to have a single income household with 2 children is a big deal. I don't know if he's mathematically a 1%er. We looked this up on the last time we did this on a stream. Not here, but on a different channel. And it's like you have to make over $100,000 a year or something. It's not quite... Like, I could imagine maybe you're making less than $100,000 to have a place like this. Or not, it's like 100,000. Maybe it's 200. I don't know. But it's like, he's in a good place. To say that he's like, oh, you're just an average American. It's like, no. This guy's doing well. It's a nice house, too, as people are pointing out. It's a nice house. There are a lot of people doing much worse than this guy, I'd imagine. Upper middle class. That's probably the better designation, right?
The elephant at the end of the parade. Still part of the parade.
I like a circus metaphor as much as the next guy, but let me just straighten you out on the public school system in this country.
Oh, enlighten me. Right on.
All right.
Hold on.
Nate, honey.
People are like upset. Yeah, I was wrong about the 1% thing. By a lot. I don't know why I said 100K. I just looked it up on Google. It's 538,926, according to USA Today. That's I think a household income. I was way off. See, this is why you have to look things up, right? Some people are saying 400,000 from CNBC. So yeah, he's not in the 1%, but he's doing comfortably, I think. I mean, if you have a business, making $500,000 a year for a paint shop seems like a lot, but I digress. The point is, this guy's life is good. Let's move on.
Look, I don't want to fight about this, Dad. Thanks for helping out. I mean, really, it does mean a lot.
Well, I just hope he can dumb it down in public. You know, people get intimidated by smart people.
He should dumb it down.
Dumb it down.
Yeah.
There's a thing no one on the left has ever said. Also, thank you, the political one, for the £1. I'll use it to buy a better understanding of economics.
Like they do in Washington.
Oh, they dumb it down in Washington.
How you doing, Billy?
Hey, Dad.
Yeah. Look, I found this in a jar at the counter at the paint store.
Awesome.
A slavery reparation fund? I mean, really? We're gonna talk about this, you hear me?
Spoiler alert, they don't talk about it, at least not in this episode, but at least he's like pointing out like that's a messed up thing to do, a slavery reparation jar in his paint shop. So like even compared to his dad, Billy's kind of a snot. And it's like not even normal kid stuff. Like it's like you're a right-wing father and then you find out your kid is even further right than you. Woof.
Hey, 10% of that Jackson is Deshaun's. What? It's a financial opportunity. And quite frankly, I'm shocked no one's thought of it yet. You want in? On the ground floor?
It's so messed up on so many levels, not just the ground floor.
That's a very good line and a very astute observation. There's something very messed up with this kid. Grandpa really just coming through, being the hero we need in this moment. And will it reach Billy?
Sorry, Grandpa.
You know what, Billy Club, why don't you start a reparation fund that helps other people, not just you?
Words of wisdom. The idea of a reparation fund that helps other people. Isn't that a lovely thing instead of using it to enrich yourself? Will Billy learn this lesson that was just given to us by the sage wisdom of his grandpa? I'm. You can probably guess, or can you? Let's keep going.
Oh, what is this big school project all about? Oh, hi. Nate Potwin.
Connor.
Hey, you've not needed paint for a school project since kindergarten.
Get it? He like had a really tight grip on the hand of the guy with his daughter because he wants to control his daughter's sexuality. I always thought that was really weird and creepy. Like, okay, if you're a dad, your kids start dating, it's an adjustment, but the possessiveness of a daughter's sexuality is always, I don't know, it seems inherently creepy. And I know it's got its history in patriarchy and the idea that women must stay chaste and pure and you have to protect them from guys who are taking advantage of them. But instead of threatening their boyfriends, it seems like would be better to instill proper values in your daughter. And I got to be honest, his daughter wanting to go to a protest against to save the polar bear sounds like good values. Although the guy she's dating is kind of a jerk. Well, not a jerk, a joke, I guess. He's kind of a dope. Yeah.
Yeah, we're making grown-up signs, Dad.
Oh, and for what?
Dude, we're gonna shut down the climate denier speaking at the college tonight.
Really?
Yeah, I feel like I mentioned that.
No, you sure didn't. And for what class is shutting down a speaker with whom you don't agree an actual project?
Why do they have a sign saying save the polar bears if they're trying to shut down a speaker? That doesn't really make sense. Also, people mentioning that is like the joke the guy is really weak. Kind of, but we're going to get a joke about that later, so I didn't want to get ahead of the commentary. But yeah, shutting down a speaker. Whew. Here we go.
Just an AP elective field study.
Contemporary lesbian literature.
Oh. Okay, and how exactly?
I guess that the joke isn't it's not a real course, I guess. It's totally fine.
Exactly does climate change relate to contemporary lesbian literature?
Okay, this is gonna get pretty wild, but I just want to address a quick comment. This is not Melissa Joan Hart Tesseract Delusion. Even though she was in God's Not Dead 2, I don't think she's done any of this Christian conservative stuff since, which is a really good thing because I mentioned earlier how Hercules was my childhood hero. Melissa Joan Hart was one of my childhood crushes. So when I saw her in God's Not Dead 2, I was like, not Sabrina. And it was just like another knife through my heart. But I don't think she's one of them. I haven't kept up. I haven't researched it because I can only take so much disappointment from my childhood. And I'll spoil whatever I like, okay?
Well, our professor, Miss Ellers, said that the rise in global temperature will mean that men's sperm will be rendered ineffective. And as a result, women will have to procreate on their own, which, could be at the very least difficult. Ergo, the survival of the species and of the polar bears depends on what we do now.
I really want to know what that's supposed to be. Like, is this supposed to be a caricature or something? It's just madness. Like, I guess it's supposed to mock things on the left, but the things the left talks about when it comes to climate change at least sound realistic. Okay.
Dude, my swimmers are being stymied by climate deniers.
What planet are you from?
I'm a citizen of the universe.
Yeah, so if we were to...
That's what I would say. When everyone asks where I'm from, I would say I'm a citizen of the universe. That's actually really cool. I want to say that to people now. Okay, the boyfriend is now our hero. He's a good guy and the best person on the show after the grandpa.
Report you, where would it be to? Would it be like Alpha Centauri?
Actually, Vermont.
That would explain it.
So that's a weird joke. As someone from Vermont, not me, but the people who made this, they're making a joke that like a guy like this is from Vermont, and it's like, didn't you run for governor of this state? and you're saying people from Vermont are like this dude. That's weird, isn't it? I don't know. It seems strange throwing shade to your own state like that. But of course, I think it's an underhanded attack at Bernie Sanders, because why the heck not?
Okay, good. We've got lots of red paint.
Yeah. Look, even though I don't agree with what you're doing, you know that you will always have my support, sweetheart. So you have plenty of red paint here to make 100 of these signs.
Oh, the paint's not just for the signs, Dad. So we can throw it on anyone wearing fur.
That's still a thing?
I'm pretty sure that's not still a thing, actually. Like, throwing red paint? I don't know. Has anyone been to a protest where someone did that? Like, I certainly have not. I guess it's been a while since we've done. I've had the opportunity to go protesting.
I'm in. I talked Soros people up to 150.
Wait, I'm getting a hundy and I'm bringing signs.
Excuse me, we're bringing signs.
Obviously, you haven't read.
Did you notice that he mentioned Soros? Because of course he mentioned Soros. Also, someone asked, what state does this show take place in? It never says, but it was filmed in California. The actual series that they're doing now is being filmed in Vermont, so maybe they're moving it back to Vermont. I think it's just unspecified in the U.S. is my my best guess there. And it's this next part is going to be a thing.
Trump started the deal. You can borrow my copy.
Oh yeah, I should mention the Soros thing is an anti-Semitic dog whistle. Just, you know, of course it does it. Of course it does that.
If you'd like, I highly recommend it.
Dude, that would be awesome.
Borrow that and you're officially dumped.
Look, am I missing something here?
So the Trump art of the deal, like if only he could use that Trump art of the deal to get an extra $50 when you're paid to protest. Sure. Sure.
Shouldn't college be about exploring different opinions and voices and being tolerant and inclusive of other people's opinions?
The irony here is that Kevin Sorbo was just throwing shade, if I can like sound a little bit like Billy Potwin for a second, throwing shade at the contemporary lesbian literature class, where he was like, "Oh, that's your class, huh?" Like, you know exactly what he thought in that moment. That seemed like bogus stuff to him. And now he's like, "Oh, we should respect this climate denier speaker, though, right?" Also, protesting someone isn't necessarily shutting them down. I mean, stopping them from speaking is shutting them down, which is something I think students are entitled to do because the speakers are there for the students, and that's how speakers are chosen. And let me tell a story about a very good example of a speaker that was not welcome to my university back in the day. Oh God, what was his name? He was an intelligent design dude. So he was there speaking at our university to sort of attack evolution and that stuff. And I went to that lecture because I was like, my friend and I were like, whoa, this is bizarre. No one protested it, but that would have been completely fine. Like if they protested, why do we have a science denier in our university? That would have been totally fine. No, we had a different approach. We sat in the lecture the whole time, politely listened, and then just people asked these questions during the Q&A session, and just like, whoa. It was like, we tore him to pieces with these questions. And it was Michael Behe. Someone just said in the chat, yeah, that was the guy. And he had no response. And it was clear he was clueless. And one of his handlers, because of course he has a handler, was ensuring that he was getting easier questions. And then the Q&A session ended very early because, he was getting rocked. But I think anyone who went to that little lecture knew exactly what to take away by the end of it, that he was a fraud, and that the best way to expose these people as frauds is to just get in their face and be like, how about this? In a polite way. You don't need to scream at anyone. But, different ways of approaching it. And what is Michael Behe doing these days? Hopefully not teaching people. We only got a few minutes left on this, so let's go. I said back in my day, it feels like a long time ago, but it really wasn't.
Dad, you were so living in the pre-modern, post-millennial, moralism and values are relative world.
Oh, burn!
Excuse.
That was nonsense, by the way.
To me.
Oh, did I say that out loud?
So, where are you on taking us to the gig? Should we just hitch a ride with Grandpa?
Yeah, man, I remember my first protest. I drove all the way from Newark to Berkeley.
So I don't know if anyone remembers the, of course this is a stereotypical hippie, but in the video, the Free Lunch Express video, you barely see him, but this is the guy who plays, I want to say Ben, but either Ben or Jerry. I don't know which is which. But so I guess he's tied in with these right and funny people. He's one of their guys. Once again, playing someone who's like just smoking a lot of pot. I guess that's his thing.
68, man, that was a trip. So you got to understand one thing, man. Never trust the man. Right, my man? Right, my man? Yes? No! Dude, you don't have to be such a downer.
Have you ever been in a crash where you steer to the left, then steer to the right, and then steer to the left again? Just, I don't know. I feel like that's bad everything. But cool. We got a flashback to see what young Grandpa was like. He seems cool. And it is bad green screen because they spent all the money on Kevin Sorbo and Barry Bostwick.
Hey, did somebody say protest? I'm down.
Oh, next time, Dad. Okay, why don't we just drop you back home, because it's on our way.
Well, okay, you kids, you do me proud. Stick it to the man.
Will do, Grandpa.
Yeah, I'm going to wait for you all in the truck.
Listen, I've been thinking about what you said, and I'm going to give my protesting fee minus 20% to the Young Republicans.
So that's how Billy, that's how he learned his lesson. He's given some of his money to the Young Republicans. Yeah. Let's hear Grandpa's verdict on this.
Billy Vanilli. It's like 1,000 bankers at the bottom of the ocean. It's a start.
Is it though?
Namaste.
Also, why does he say namaste? Like, that's a yoga thing. I mean, anyway. Someone was saying that what's-her-face was the conservative girl in Degrassi. We did go over how she was on Degrassi, but I didn't know she was the conservative girl, but yeah.
Dude, you mind if I change the channel?
You touch it and I'll break your arm. Dude.
There's a nice thing to say.
Just change it to NPR.
I wouldn't.
Connor, just change it. It's giving me a headache.
And I say this as your very temporary friend. I wouldn't.
So as we enjoy that great CG, what kind of a psychopath breaks someone's arm for trying to change the radio? This guy seems like such a maniac and such a bad dude. But I think the whole way this scene is framed is like, haha, he thought he could change the radio station, but he got his arm broken. No, like, this is awful. This is just, what a bad man. And a psychopath. And maybe it's like another example of like how this is like a liberal. Liberals are weak. They just like get their arms broken like it's nothing. And when they do, if the joke is like, oh, you tried to change the channel, I broke your arm. Cool. We're almost done. We're less than 2 minutes. Do we feel the ending coming? It's a relief. So we're gonna get a narration. Let's go over each section of the narration because it's interesting. So we're here with Hilda again in the paint shop. Remember, she was like trying to post something to InstaSnap or whatever. InstaSnap, isn't that funny?
Sometimes 100 likes on Instagram is exactly what you need to get through your day. You know, the secret thrill of strangers liking you.
So obviously that's a diss, right? She needs the likes on Instagram to get through the day. I don't see the point. I don't see the harm in like posting a picture of yourself to Instagram. I guess if you did it obsessively, but I feel like this grand finale from Billy is going to be a very cynical one that isn't too kind to the people in his life.
Sometimes painting your garage a trendy color can save a marriage. But hey, good luck when the kids come when the paint fades.
So what reason do we think that their marriage is failing? Like, they seemed fine, and then they had that weird interaction with the clerk in the paint store, and now it's like, oh yeah, you're trying to save your marriage with the paint, but what happens when the kids show up? Like, it's a non sequitur. He's just needlessly being cruel to these people and making fun of them when they haven't done anything. It's like, it's not related to them in any way. It's just like, hey, I bet your marriage sucks. And like, here we go. They're not all going to be like that, though. Here's where it starts to turn.
Sometimes being good at your job is like having the keys to a kingdom. A small and insignificant kingdom, but a kingdom nevertheless.
So it's like, you know, good for you, working class guy, and your success is kind of pointless, but, you know, good for you. That's surprisingly kind than what we saw earlier, of course, but still really mean and cruel. Like, why is Billy so terrible? It's weird that that's on the news.
It's nice to see everyone's getting along. Yeah, I feel like it's all about the group activity.
There's no doubt about it, babe.
Why doesn't he put on a new shirt? He's still got his name tag on there. I don't know. It's like, you're not at work anymore. But anyway.
And sometimes helping make America great again is better than 1,000 bankers at the bottom of the ocean.
Do you get it? He's saying it's a pubic menace. Take that, or liberal media, I guess, because he's pretending to protest the speaker. I don't know. Also, like, what does that mean? Sometimes it's better to make America great again than putting bankers at the bottom of the ocean. It sort of makes it sound like the whole point of Trump's thing is to help the wealthy, and sometimes it's better to help the wealthy than to put them at the bottom of the ocean. It's like, I guess if those are our options, we don't want to just go around murdering people. I feel like there are other ways forward, though. I feel like there's other ways of doing this. But we're just about wrapping up here.
At least in the world, according to Billy Potwin.
He said the title.
That's my boy.
And that's it. That's the world according to Billy Potwin. It's the rest is just credits over a cover of This Land Is Our Land. So what do people think? Do you feel like you've really grown as a person? Do you feel like you've been fulfilled in an artistic sense? Someone brought up the point that how is Billy Potwin the main character? He is, according to the title, but the original title of the whole concept of this idea was The Potwins, and it was more of an ensemble thing. When they brought in Kevin Sorbo, you would have thought they would just make Nate Potwin the figurehead, but like I said, I think they rewrote the title so they could have that one joke at the end of the very first short to center Billy on it. Also, the kid is the son of the creator, so maybe that helps. For all the flat faces, like, yeah, this is the correct answer and response to this attempt at Community. Whew, I feel like we learned a lot. We grew. I need to step away for a few seconds to take care of some business. I'm going to play my theme song so you can enjoy that. But I'll be back and we'll have like a little chill session for the next 30 minutes, and we'll like talk about whatever, whenever, and I'm gonna have some comments about my next video even. There's a little teaser to get people excited. So everyone just give me a moment here and enjoy my theme song once again. And maybe we'll talk about like what we just saw here in this stream too, because why not?
La 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 la. I don't know how I know you, but I know that I'm happy you called, 'cause people, they're so peculiar. I think that I've had enough. Well, that's just not true, 'cause I still like you, even though the comment section told me you're a bleeding heart and beta soy boy dork. People want to talk about everything that's in their head. People want to shout about everything that makes them mad. Frustration, overstressing, rhetorical regressing. Sitting on the fence is just complicitly digressing. But your opinions don't suck and you use citations. Oh, I just cannot remember how to put all my thoughts in boxes. My feelings, they're not linear. And I'm not great at the fast responses, but that is your thing. Lucky you can't sing, 'cause I gotta make you this, and now you have to play it every time you go to work. I will say this once again, depression binging has no end, so follow up on what's been said and tell us what you think, my friend. Oh, the world is weird and makes me mad, but at least I get to talk about it with Jose.
Okay, there we go. Oh wait, why is it playing again? That's unintentional, but I'm back. I just needed a moment there to take care of business. And yeah, everyone, I hope you're doing well. Jose Campos, thank you for $1.49. That's very, very kind of you. And all right, so you all had some time to understand and really come to terms with that Emily, if you want to go, dip out now. I'm fine. I'll take the reins, take the wheel, I guess. And yes, I did wash my hands. Of course, I washed my hands. It's my own computer. I don't want to get it gross. All right, so. Thoughts on the world according to Billy Potwin. When it comes to sitcoms, this is one that certainly exists with the all the others, and is getting an 8-episode season. We don't know where it's going to be broadcast yet, but at some point it'll come out, and it'll be interesting to see how it builds from this. These humble starts, I guess, of being backed by a millionaire who really wants to own the left. Also, Emily, if you're stepping out, I don't know if I'll be back, but thank you so much for moderating and shutting down those horrible people in the chat. That really was a big help. Thank you so much. Everyone go subscribe to our channel. I'll say it one more time. So, The World According to Billy Potwin, I think, reveals a complete lack of ability in being funny or creative in an interesting way. As we stopped and talked, I felt like we had to do a little bit of the, look how terrible this is. Ooh, this is bad. But ultimately, shows like this don't anger me. There's a lot of, I feel there's so much about On the Right and how they like to trigger the left and get the left all angry. I don't know, this stuff doesn't make me angry. It just makes me kind of sad and bored, mostly bored. And it just seems kind of hollow. Like the comedy is so built around people who they just want to take down a peg. And there's no creativity, there's no joy, there's nothing interesting or unique about it. It's just an attempt to dunk on a side that is more dominant in the culture, because like if we're going to say, yeah, there's more left-wing comedy out there, it's like, well, that's because they're actually funny. It's funny to point out all the things that are wrong in society and how we can laugh at some of these problems as opposed to joking about maintaining the status quo and keeping things the same. It's like, wouldn't it be funny if you walked down the street and nothing interesting happened? Yeah. Ugh. I feel like the the commentary is just sliding off this show like it's covered in Teflon because it's so basic, so simple, so uninteresting, so superficial. It's like someone learned what a comedy or a sitcom is supposed to look like, but didn't actually think about what it should be infused with. Didn't think about finding talented people who have interesting things to say. And I sometimes wonder, like, is this how they see the left? They can't get past the caricatures. They can't get past the superficial elements to really offer a meaningful critique. Like, I've seen people on the left critique the left in funnier ways because they actually understand it. And they just don't here, which is really unfortunate. People are noticing the Blaze TV. I don't know if the Blaze is going to have anything to do with this series once it is all done. Maybe, although the views for this actually went down over time. As I mentioned, the first episode got like 250,000, then it was like 110 for episode 2, then like 80 and 60,000 for parts 3 and 4. Very much diminishing returns because it's not good. I feel like people on the right wouldn't enjoy it either. Yeah, someone pointing out Portlandia. There's an example of a show that's on the left that mocks the left that can be funny. Although Portlandia, I don't know, it's one of those shows it's the show I watch whenever I have to ride an airplane, and I would never otherwise watch it. But I don't know, it's all right. And I'm very curious about where this is going in the future, this whole series, I guess. I'm pretty sure the Blaze isn't funding this. I think maybe they paid something to distribute it, but it's the executive producer, I believe, is still Lenore Broughton, who is a millionaire who backs Lenny Britton's whole career, basically. She financed his movie. I'm pretty sure she financed this web series as well. Okay, I'm just trying to read some comments here to see if I can engage with the chat so we can find something interesting to talk about regarding this show. We can also move on, just talk about whatever. I'm just going to chill out for the next little bit. Because, I don't know, I'm feeling all right, and I hope you're all feeling all right on this lovely Saturday afternoon. And I feel like I want to leave you all with something more uplifting than the horrible conservative comedy we just watched. Now there's just a debate about whether or not Portlandia is funny. Time and place is probably the best way to sum it up. I probably still enjoy that What About Men song they did, where it was just like, what about men? What about men? Someone asking that, yeah, that is, I couldn't find a picture of Lenore Broughton. She was the financier for this all. She's a very private woman. I did find a picture of her house, but I didn't want to put a picture of her house in my video. That's really creepy. It was in the paper, or I'm not even sure it was her house. It was people who the article said people were protesting outside her house, but the photograph, I guess, could have been taken anywhere, technically. So maybe it wasn't her house, but it probably was her neighborhood, which is, I don't know, that's very doxy. And I don't want to, have anyone's living situation revealed. Do I think this kid is literally just child Ben Shapiro? Yes. He actually kind of looks like Matt Gaetz. Let's go back to that obnoxious face he makes. That's in some way. Where was it? Doesn't he look like Matt Gaetz? I think he does. Okay. Let's see what else we got here. Isn't it odd when right-wingers have an affinity for Star Trek? Yes. So strange. Star Trek is very left. Wow. First ever interracial kiss left on television, I should say, not in history. But it's very strange seeing people on the right hold up Star Trek. Would I go on RM Brown's live show? I don't think I've ever watched his stuff ever. I don't go on many other shows. Not that I have anything against it. It's just my schedule makes it very difficult. People are upset about the Matt Gaetz comparison. I don't know. It's true. I think so. Someone asked, is this kid actually like this, or is he a character? Or is he a character? Well, I have a little, according to some random comment I received, someone supposedly went to the same school as this kid, and he's pretty right-wing. Considering his dad ran for governor of Vermont on the Republican ticket, I think it's safe to assume he's on the right. I don't know. He's still a kid, though. Maybe he can grow up and be less wrong. Would Dave Rubin find this funny? I don't think Dave Rubin would recognize a joke if it came up and slapped him in the face. And he was supposedly a comedian. Amazing. Matt Gaetz cross Ben Shapiro fan fiction. Let's not propagate that. That's awful. Yeah, now lots of Star Trek talk. That's great. I like Discovery, for the record. I thought it was good. I also really liked Picard. I don't know how people feel about it. People like hate on it, but I can't disentangle the really stupid reactionary hate that stuff gets compared to legitimate criticism. And I'm sure there must be legitimate criticism, but most of it is just very like Star Trek is different from the way it used to be, which I don't care about that criticism. That's really boring. I don't know. I'm just enjoying reading all these comments. Sorry. Lower Decks. I liked Lower Decks too. I thought it was a lot of fun. Some people are like, oh, did Lower Decks work in continuity? And I'm just like, come on, it's a cartoon. It's fine. We don't have to like fit it all in. I mean, I don't think any single Star Trek show has consistent continuity. Like, I don't know. Let's talk about how Voyager, that ship should have been blown up so many times. Like somehow it was like always messed up at the end of the episode. And I'm like, I guess they fixed it in between episodes. Oh yeah, I said I would tease a new video. I've been working on a sitcom retrospective for a while, and I'm very excited about like the stage it's currently in, because I just finished up watching the whole series a few days ago, and now I'm in the section where I'm reading all this supplementary material, and it's so interesting. This is a show that has a whole discourse around it that I want to talk about, and I'm actually going to be structuring this video in a way that's a little different compared to other sitcom retrospectives in the past. I'm not going to talk about what show it is exactly, but in the next few weeks, I think I'm going to be ready to mention, like, this is the show, and I hope it won't have too much trouble going through the copyright claims around it. I will give no hints. I feel like if I give a hint, it'll just give it away about when it started. But God never wants a hint. Let me think of a good hint. This show spans 2 decades. I won't tell you which two, but it's not strictly confined to a single decade. And it very much represents the decade it started in rather than the decade it ended in. And that is, there's a hint. I'm also, for the next one after this, I don't know what it's going to be, but I just want to give people advance notice. What I'm planning to do is having a poll, and it'll be exciting because there'll be options and you'll all get to vote. And I don't know what's going to be on the poll, but I'm going to sort of be reaching out on Twitter, like asking what shows people want to see. So if you want to like have an input, I would suggest following me on Twitter. You can also be a patron or member. I'm going to make an announcement on there as well, but like, I don't want to say you have to pay to have some input on this, because that's not going to make a difference. Follow me on Twitter and I'll be like, do you guys want to like have any suggestions for the next sitcom? and then you can all put your suggestions there, and the 5 most popular ones will make it to the poll, and then we'll see who wins the poll. Like last time I was surprised that dinosaurs won, but it did. So, democracy, it works. I love seeing all these guesses because you're all wrong. Or are you? Has some... I don't know. Has anyone gotten it right? I'd have to read all of these. I don't want to confirm or deny anything now because it feels like it would narrow it down. I feel like once people see what it is, they're going to be like, oh, it's that one. Oh, that's going to be tough. And then you're all going to like watch it and hopefully it'll be good. Or maybe I'll be canceled. Maybe this will be the video that ends me. I doubt it, but here we go. The one thing that has me concerned is I've never, here's another hint. I never, or at least I don't think I've ever made a video about the distributor for this series. And they're the ones who control the copyright claims. So I really hope they're cool and they don't like give me a hard time like Sony did with a certain video I did. Otherwise, it's like going to be so rough working through copyright claims because I don't, it's rough. I hate it. I hate that. I do. Yeah. So here's one thing I'm thinking about, and I'm not going to make any promises. Since I've mostly been doing sitcoms, I'm thinking of branching out to doing other kinds of shows, maybe dramas, maybe something that doesn't run so long, because that's a big part of why these take so long to make, especially sitcoms, because they take months and months and months just to watch it and then read about it, and it's just like, it's a lot, right? So I'm thinking of branching out into other shows from different eras. I remember someone left a comment asking me to do The Prisoner. Oh my God, I would love to do The Prisoner. I don't think anyone would want to watch it, but that show, I mean, I disagree very strongly with its politics, but it was such a weird show and so strange, and it only lasted 11 episodes. There are a ton of videos on it on YouTube though, so I'm kind of reluctant to touch on that one. But it would be super interesting. And yeah, and we can talk about the AMC remake. That was garbage. All these people putting up guesses. I'm not commenting on any of those, by the way. But yeah, The Prisoner, definitely like in my mind, and one day I'll do it. One day. I think the whole thing is on YouTube, actually. It was a good one. And yeah, I do remember the Pinky and the Brain parody of The Prisoners where they were all wearing hats and Brain was pork pie and Pinky was Fez. And there was that really great parody on The Simpsons as well where they actually got Patrick McGowan to show up. Where Homer was kidnapped and put on that island where he was constantly being filled up with drugs and his memory being erased. That was fun. So asking about a Discord server. I have been asked that in the past. It's been a while since someone asked because I don't have time to look out for a Discord server and really moderate it. And I don't want to create a space for people that's unmoderated because like then people are gonna mess stuff up, as is the way of the internet. And I don't even know who I would ask to mod for it. And I'm also wary of creating, and part of the reason I don't do a ton of streams is I don't like creating a community around me, so to speak, because I don't try to market myself as a personality as much. I think there is a real problem with personalities on YouTube and Twitch, and like it's fine for people to do it. Like I'm not trying to call someone out and like, oh, you're a personality, but I think it's ultimately, at least for me, it's not something I'm comfortable with, and it's like someone just said, parasocial relationship that's not conducive to political content, because then people start following individuals rather than ideas. And I feel like if I made myself more of a personality, it would be that much tougher for people to disagree with me or question me. And it's like, I'd make more money as a personality for sure. But I think I like it that the work can stand for itself. And in that way, people can engage with it directly. Yeah. As for, well, Discord for patrons is an idea. Maybe I should do something like that. I have enough patrons that it wouldn't be completely empty. And it would be, I don't know, people can talk about videos or something. And it wouldn't be as difficult to manage, but we'll see. I'm glad people feel neutral about me. Do I consider myself a socialist? Sure. I'm always wary of any labels. I consider myself generally on the left, and I have no real commitment to any particular ideology. I'm totally cool with any label you want to put on me, generally. Just say whatever you want. I don't know. Ask me what I think on an issue, and I can give you a better answer, probably. And yeah, as someone just mentioned, streamers develop hostile and toxic fandoms. I think one of the thing that really disappointed me is one time I got something wrong in a video, and I saw this really intense argument about people, someone trying to defend me and someone trying to point out I was wrong. The person defending me, I get it. You want to defend my honor, but you don't have to do that. And in this case, I was wrong. So I hope you're someone, I hope for everyone to just be able to step back and be like, hey, Jose was wrong about this one, because I am wrong about stuff. And it's important that we have that sort of distance, that you don't feel like you need to be like my buddy or my bodyguard or my guardian. Believe me, I'm fine. I don't need you to do that for me. If you want to support me by watching my stuff, that's wonderful. Spreading my videos, cool. Supporting me with money, also awesome. But when it comes to people criticizing me or whatever, talking smack, just remember I laugh at that. And sometimes, in some cases, they bring up good points that are things I get wrong or miss, which is totally fair and valid. And I want to get this kid's face off the screen here. Let's just, okay, sure. An American flag. I'm not even American. I don't know. What do we put here? Maybe I should just put my channel. This is one thing I like about my channel, because if you just put in my name, eventually when it loads, it pops up. And I just got distracted here. Sorry about that. I don't know why it's not, there it is. There we go. There's my channel right up top. Oh, and I'm live right now. You don't say. I don't know who that Jose guy is. Sure, we'll leave that as the background here as we just chill for a bit. Okay, so let's look at this chat again. Yeah, the idea of viewers feeling betrayed is worrisome. Kylie Jenner tequila and its commercial. I have no idea what that is. So whatever. Someone asked about my opinion on nuclear energy. I think it's kind of essential for our energy needs at the moment, but obviously it's not a great long-term solution. The big issue is actually waste disposal when it comes to nuclear energy, and that's true for a lot of energy stuff. We don't really have a great strategy for waste, which causes a lot of pollution. And anyway, so someone talked about the banner. So that banner is from a vacation I took. This was when I was in Japan. This is near Matsumoto. I was staying at an onsen. I'm just dropping some words here. An onsen is like one of those traditional inns. If you've ever watched an anime, they go to the hot springs. They put the towel on their heads. It wasn't as glamorous as you'd imagine because I went to a smaller one. But it was a good time, and we were supposed to go up a mountain, me and my friends. The cool thing is the name of the mountain it was the best name. It could be translated in two different ways. The first name was Swallow, like a bird. And the other translation was an older woman with a younger man, which is that's the best name for a mountain I've ever heard. We were supposed to go up it, but there was so much rain. We got about a third of the way up, and then we had to turn back because it was too much. We had booked a place at the top of the mountain to stay for that night. We had to cancel that, and then we stayed at the onsen instead. Kind of pricey, but we made it work. And since it had been raining so much the previous day, when we came out, there was all this like mist in the mountains, and it looked so beautiful. And I took that picture, and that's where that picture comes from. And I remember it a lot. It was a fun memory and a really fun time. Hot thing about a hot spring is like I didn't think I would enjoy it, and I didn't. It was okay. It's really hot. You just sit there, and it's hot. It's hot. And we did not commit any crimes. It was just me and my one male friend in there. His girlfriend at the time, fiance now, she went to the other hot spring. There are actually hot springs that are for men and women in Japan. They're not very common, but they do exist. We did not go in one of those. It would have been weird, I think, for us because we're friends, and we're all from Canada, so it's not exactly, we're not used to seeing each other naked, or at least it would have been weird to see my friend's girlfriend naked. It would have felt awkward anyway. Someone asked if I can read or speak Japanese. No, I know a few words. That's about it. My friend was actually finishing his PhD there, so he did all the translating for us. I can say konbanwa, which is good evening, and ohayo, which is good morning, and a few other things. I can ask for water, mizu, and of course I can say all the anime words like notice me senpai. That's always good. So let's go through more of these comments. Cougar Mountain would have been a cool name, MILF Mountain. And I am close to 100K subscribers. It's exciting. It's been a little slow the last few months, but we'll get to 100 at some point. There weren't actually, so the hot spring I went to was actually indoors. I know they have outdoor ones, and there were no bugs, and it's so hot. It's so hot sitting in there. I think I was in it for maybe 15 minutes. You're supposed to sort of get in and out as the time goes on, but I just stayed in the whole time, and then I overheated and left. I kind of just wanted a reason to go because I was bored sitting there. I know English. That's a language I know. For some person just asked if I know any languages. I was learning French for a while. I never got very good at it. I should have learned Spanish, which I did for a little bit, but I never got to the point where I was actually... I was never actually fluent in it, unfortunately. And it was... I wish I could speak Spanish mostly to speak to members of my family because I have a lot of family that lives in Spain. And there's some of them can speak a bit of English or little bits, but I feel like I should try and meet them more halfway. It's just finding time to learn Spanish, especially since I was using all my time to learn French. And now I'm like, do I want to go back to French or do I start Spanish again? I don't know. I should choose one of them. Dutch. I will probably never learn Dutch. No shade on Dutch, but I just don't think I would have much use for it. I kind of want to go back to Spain at some point too. Just talking about it reminds me, I haven't seen some of my family there in a couple of years. Obviously, because of the pandemic, we haven't been able to travel. But even before then, I went about 5 years ago, and it had been so long since I got to see people there. Like literally 20 years in some cases. And, it was weird seeing like my aunt who was getting really old up there. And it's a reminder, family, they're only around for so long, especially when they're older than you. So it's good to make time to see them when you can. Like, let me tell you, flight to Spain ain't cheap. I'm doing okay, but I'm not exactly rolling in it. So let's see what else. Now everyone's talking about Dutch. Dutch is a fine language. So where in Spain is my family from? They are from the northwest, Galicia, however you want to say it. We are Gallegan. That's a small ethnic group within Spain. We speak, of course, regular Castellano Spanish, but some people speak Gallegan as well, which is like, it's like Spanish, but it's a little different. It's sort of a little closer to, well, is it closer to Portuguese? Kind of. Thing about Spain is that it's like, there are a lot of different, there are like, what, 4 different dialects? There's Gallegan, Castellano, there's Andalusian, is that how you say it? I don't know. And of course Catalan, which is what they speak in Catalonia. And then there are other ones that are more regional. Well, they're all regional, but from smaller regions. I remember when I was in Valencia, they're like, Valenciano is a dialect in Spain. And my dad's like, no, it isn't. Like on the same, I think it was because they were trying to say it was on the same scale as the other dialects, which it, I don't know. I'm not familiar enough with Spain to say that for sure, but it, I don't see it coming up in conversation as much. They are not super understandable. Like my cousin's kids made a joke that they couldn't understand my aunt, their grandmother, when she speaks in Gallegan. And my cousin's kids can speak Spanish, Portuguese, and a bit of English. Basque. Yeah, that's what people, I should have mentioned as well. Basque is weird because it's like in between France and Spain, and they have like their own like regional government. I don't understand how it works. I've never been to the Basque part of the country. Portuguese sounds like Czech. That's interesting. I don't know what Czech sounds like, actually. Maybe it does. We've already gone a little long. So how long do we want the stream to go? I'm just sort of chilling. We cool to sit here, or do we... I wish I had set the latency a little lower so we didn't have these little delays, but it's not too bad. Like after this stream, my plans are to get back to work on that sitcom retrospective. I'm getting close to being done of... I'm not saying that. I don't know how to say that. And Gallegan is, who? Is it spelled Gallegan? Something like that. There we go. So yeah, we can vibe a little. So I do need to start reading for the next, for the sitcom retrospective. I'm hoping to get the reading all done this weekend and start writing the script. I don't know how long it's going to take. We're not watching Ben Shapiro. I'm not doing that to these people. These are fine people. We're just vibing until the stream is over right now. And I don't even know. Maybe Kevin Sorbo would be on point, but I don't know like what Kevin Sorbo we could even pull up aside from clips from God's Not Dead or The Reliant, and I don't want to watch that. Yeah. Portuguese sounds Serbian. Huh. Interesting. Which countries have I traveled to? Well, the U.S., obviously. Canada's right next to you, of course. I say you as if you're American. I have no idea if you're American. But we're right next to the States. I have been to Spain. I've been to Portugal, Italy, France. That's all for Europe. And I've also been to Japan and Australia. Oh, El Negro Matapacos. Okay. Part of the reason I don't want to say this is because I'm going to say it wrong, and you're all going to be like, Euskarita Akatasuna. Did I say it right? Basque Homeland and Freedom. I fully, if the people of Basque want their own independent nation, I fully support that. I think any group of people should have the right to self-determination, I guess. Even though I don't know, there's a lot of anti-separatism out there, and some separatist movements are kind of weird, but yeah, ultimately it should be the decision of the people whether or not they want to be part of a nation or not, right? Also, trans rights. How is that a hard one? Trans rights, absolutely. Always trans rights. What part of Australia? I went to Sydney. Then I went up to Cairns where I went diving, which was very exciting. My first and only trip diving. It's always been like a lifelong dream, so I got to do it, see all the fish in the Great Barrier Reef. And then I went to Adelaide to visit a friend, and that was about it. One day I'm going to go west to see a quokka. That's those animals, the little furry guys who have no fear of people, and you can take selfies with them. Seems fun. I also want to see New Zealand at one point. And welcome back, Emily. We're just vibing. There were no spammers. It's been pretty chill. I'm just watching this viewer count dribble down as people are kind of like winding down. This is the stream winding down. We're all just feeling okay right now. I'm trying to figure out when what we're gonna do next. Tee shots. Interesting. Well, I'm glad my videos are helpful in that case. Yeah, I'm okay to keep talking, but give me a topic. Let's talk about something before we wrap this up. It's feeling cozy, but it also feels like we're starting to stretch thin here. And I'm a firm believer that if you're going to stream, you should have some good content for people. Never been to Adelaide. I was told it's a lot like Toronto, and it did kind of feel that way. It's like set up like a grid, which is kind of cool. It was like planned by a military person. Yeah. Thank you again. Good enough, LOL. The ETA was a Marxist Basque insurrectionary group, mostly active against Franco. They killed fascist politician Carrero Blanco in 1973. If they were against Franco, they sound like my kind of people, because Franco was awful. He is just, well, he's dead now, but he was the fascist dictator of Spain. Really bad dude. Really bad dude. Here's a fun fact. Since my family is from Galicia, my grandfather fought on the wrong side of that war. He was conscripted into a fascist army and had to fight for the bad guys. I don't blame my grandfather for being conscripted because he wasn't a fascist, thankfully, but it sucked. It sucked. Really unfortunate stuff. I would absolutely go to Africa. I don't know where. Somalia? Would that be nice to visit? I have no idea. I have never been, places I wanted to go to Tanzania to go up Mount Kilimanjaro. That's one of the few things in Africa I wanted to do. Or diving in Madagascar. Give me ideas for Somalia, though. Maybe I've overlooked it. The Bruins are better than the Leafs. Why would I lie to people about that? That's ridiculous. Emily, don't be silly. And it's, okay. Yeah, Franco is kind of cringe. Fun fact about my grandpa and being conscripted is he actually found a way to get out of fighting, and he just got assigned to be a border guard, which it's kind of like, I'm glad he did that and he didn't have to actually kill anybody, or risk getting killed himself, because he had died, then my dad never would have been born, and then I wouldn't be here. So I'm glad he could stay out of the fighting there at least. Yeah, I have heard that Franco, whether or not he's a fascist, has been disputed because he doesn't fit a strict definition of it. Like, I don't know. I feel like he's close enough that I'm like, whatever, like far-right nationalist. We don't have to use the word fascist, but he was still a bad dude who did a lot of really horrible things to basically make Spain more homogenous and eliminate the culture of distinct regions, consolidating a lot of power, and he's a bad dude. Okay, someone's recommending Ghana or Ethiopia. Interesting. That sounds really cool. Carved out of churches. I know the Ethiopian church goes back really far, like the 5th or 6th century. It was one of the earliest ones still established. So that would be cool to visit. I like old architecture like that. Emily, give this up. I'm sorry. Like, hockey is ours, all right? Like, I know Boston's an original 6 team, and you won the cup. Good for you. The Leafs still have way more total Stanley Cups. Yeah, just, it's over. We're better. Somalia is That's the thing that worries me sometimes. I'm always wary of going to a country that might be a little hostile to tourists. And we are canceling Franco. Take that, Franco. I'm also glad I was born. What else? Somaliland, not Somalia itself. Okay. I would look at the distinction. All sports teams have to fight. Sorry. Okay, birds are real. That's offensive. Say they aren't. I should probably read these comments out because people don't know what I'm reacting to sometimes, huh? I'm just trying to catch on the Paris. Let's not talk about the Paris Commune. Ethiopian food is top tier. Are there good vegetarian options for Ethiopian food? Because I used to eat it, but since I went vegetarian, like, I don't know how much of it is or isn't vegetarian friendly. Because there was definitely meat when I had it, but it was delicious. So yeah. Yeah, and someone noting Franco was the driving forces behind the suppression of different cultures within Spain. That's what he's like. He was a bad man. Yeah, Orwell fought in the Spanish Civil War. Tells you a lot, doesn't it? He fought for the Republicans, of course, not the fascists. Let's just be clear of that. I am not actually a bird. That's probably a self-explanatory response. Oh, God. The annoying thing about checking the chat here is it kind of snaps back and forth because YouTube's weird. Oh, Emily, you were in Toronto. Next time you're here, definitely let me know. We can do a discourse in person. That's what they call hanging out these days. If you're on the left, you don't hang out with people. You do a in-person discourse. I actually used to work at the Rogers Stadium when I was a teenager, making pizza at Blue Jays games. The hotel there is pretty cool. One of the secrets is if you go to the baseball game, or back when they had, well, they still do football, but the Raptors used to play there as well. If you chill out in the hotel lobby, you can catch a lot of the players going to the rooms after the games, and you can get some autographs. It's a cool little trick. Yugoslavia, is that a cool place to visit? Sure. I've never been to Morocco. It's right next to Spain, though. It would be an easy trip. Aside from Kevin Sorbo, was there another artist who disappointed me by doing something political? Something that was quite questionable in a political sense. Yes, I already mentioned Sabrina the Teenage Witch, mostly Joan Hart beating God's Not Dead too. I'm sure there will be other ones. James Woods, a lot of people mention that. I liked James Woods until I found out he was in that case. I also mentioned Warren Ellis a little earlier. It happens constantly. It's hard to keep up. Ooh, Ethiopian has super vegan-friendly dishes. Well, I'm not a vegan, but that's excellent. Awesome. I would check that out. They're primarily vegan. Oh, damn. Well, let's get on that. I've been a vegetarian for the last 3 years, 2 to 3 years. It's coming up on 3 years. It was right after I came back from Japan, actually. It was like, now I no longer have to eat meat. Not that it was bad. It was delicious food there, but just thought it was time. Yugoslavia doesn't exist anymore. I need to get up on my knowledge of Eastern Europe. Does my diet consist of seeds, vegetables, birdseed, and millet seeds? No. I was actually just reading a book about birds, though, and the various diets they have. Some also eat grubs and other assorted insects. Of course, some eat other birds. Those are the raptors, of course. I felt weird reading a book about birds. I feel like a cliche. Like I'm also really big into the board game Wingspan. I was thinking, like, how can I do this over the internet? Maybe I could do it with patrons and we can all play Wingspan online, but oh god, that'd be so tough to organize. Yeah, let's keep moving. Uruguay is nice. I've never been to South America. I was thinking of Argentina. Should I say Uruguay or should I say Uruguay? I always feel weird having some knowledge of how Spanish pronunciation works and whether or not I should use it. because I'm probably still getting it wrong to some degree, but maybe it's an option to visit there. What has Bruce Willis done recently to be disappointing? He's not wearing a mask, and he said, I feel like I've canceled him before, but I don't remember why. Maybe. Oh, Emily, you're going to Montreal. Montreal's nice. I've been there a couple of times. My friends were living in Montreal, and I was going to go visit, but they came back to Toronto, so I wasn't able to see. I haven't seen the Nicolas Cage movie Birdie. No idea what it's about. I generally avoid Nicolas Cage. I think he's a little too meme heavy these days, or for a while now. I'm trying to get as quickly as possible to the lower part of this chat. Ooh, yeah, I have heard Argentina's been on the decline recently, both economically and politically. So I like, maybe I missed my chance to go there, but it's probably still okay. I don't want to sound like Peggy Hill. That's all right. I loved that episode where she speaks Spanish and she calls the judge a rooster. Good stuff. Okay. I feel like I finally caught up. All right. You're upset that I'm slandering Nick Cage. Nick Cage, I feel like when you watch someone like him or engaging with something like that, it's a little too internet. You know, like, I feel like the internet is leaking out into the real world. It's fine. It's fine if you want to do that, but personally, I feel weird about it. Like, I guess because I grew up the internet was there when I was a kid. But when I was really young, there was no internet. And I remember when the internet came out, or was available for broad public consumption. And I still feel like there's a split between the online world and the real world. But as time goes on, that split is becoming less and less meaningful. So maybe I should update the way I look at things. I certainly try to be a consistent person across both dimensions. And I know a lot of people don't do that. They have like a weird internet persona and a real life one. It's weird. And I have watched Adaptation, Emily. It's a good movie. It's an excellent movie, actually. I really enjoyed it. But, for every adaptation, there's like Wicker Man or something. Although I heard that one's actually kind of funny. I think the last Nicolas Cage movie I enjoyed was the second Ghost Rider movie, because it was so weird. And I'm kind of a sucker for comic book movies. Although at this point, I'm kind of worn out. Back then, though, it was a little more novel, because this is pre-MCU, when you'd get like one comic book movie a year. I remember those days. Was everyone else looking forward to getting 4 Marvel movies this year? God, and now it's just 3. How are they going to make the Eternals work? Let's talk about the Eternals. No one knows the Eternals or cares about them. So if anyone's complaining about the gender or race swaps, you didn't know who the Eternals were, or you didn't read their comics. They're like D tier Marvel characters, and they are so boring. They are the most boring characters. Why are they making a movie out of them? Maybe they'll make it interesting. Maybe they'll make it like every other Marvel movie and it'll be fine. But I was not filled with hope or optimism by that little teaser trailer. It wasn't bad. It was just sort of someone is saying how I slander Jack Kirby. I think Jack Kirby is great. Literally every Jack Kirby creation is better than the Eternals. The New Gods are better than the Eternals. The Inhumans are better than the Eternals. Every variation on a strange people from a strange place who exist outside humanity, every version he's done has been better than the Eternals. Chloe Zhao directing is definitely interesting. I am not familiar with her work. If she can do good stuff, good. I want it to be a good movie, But wow, the source material is a real obstacle here. That's going to make it really tough. I don't believe they're your favorite characters, Turkai Chama. What? Okay, maybe it is. Maybe they are. And I'm sorry. And I just find them very boring. And maybe I need to read some good Eternals comics. Please direct me towards them, because I would like to find one that isn't just like watching paint dry. And someone asked if I watched Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. I did for a few seasons. So I kept it up for a while. But I wasn't too into it. And yeah, you Pong enthusiasts, you got exactly my feelings on the MODOK animated sitcom. I feel like MODOK's a character that was fun, and he's just been done to death at this point. Do a Modam or something, I don't know. Mental organism designed only for killing, do you get it? And don't talk about Best Picture winners, Emily. I don't follow movies. I don't know what they are. I didn't watch the Oscars. Weren't you here for the last stream where I was like, I haven't watched any of these movies? And then Ben Shapiro was all like, oh, I haven't watched any of these movies, so they're bad. I just say I haven't watched them. I don't know if they're good or bad. It's kind of dumb to say that. But it's Ben Shapiro. What do you expect? I see. So Eternals were better before they tried to put them into the main Marvel universe. I can get that. I can see how that would work. Because everything's got to be in the Marvel universe. Oh, God. Yeah, fair enough. Did they do something similar with the Micronauts? I don't know. And that's, yeah, maybe Marvel should stop. We need a break. Is Eternals the one with the openly gay relationship? I don't think there are any gay Eternals. I know there are gay relationships in the X-Men. That's Northstar and Kyle, the random dude. There are a few other ones. I found Neil Gaiman's run on Eternals also to be boring. Yeah, I'm not a big Neil Gaiman fan, to be honest, but I'm usually more into him than I was on the Eternals. And John Romita Jr. did the art, which I really liked, but yeah. Oh, thank you, Logan1. I appreciate that you enjoyed my retrospectives. So yeah, we have Marvel movies coming out. You forgot about Black Widow. That's one, or is that out? I think it's June or July, right? Then we've got Shang-Chi. I want Shang-Chi to be good because I can't remember the dude's name, but he's from Toronto and he's actually really funny. He was on a show called Kim's Convenience. Really funny guy, and I'm glad he's getting this big break. So I hope Shang-Chi is good. And then Eternals comes out this year. I think Thor is going to be the first one I'm actually excited to see because I like Taika Waititi. He's really good. I think I've enjoyed literally every movie he's ever done. Oh yeah, Young Avengers had the gay couple. It was Wiccan and Hulkling were the couple there. Also Alpha Flight was technically also North Star. I don't know, Young Avengers feels weird. I don't know, but like after Heinberg got off the first run, it just kind of like no one did anything with it, which was unfortunate. Someone is shocked that I'm not a Neil Gaiman fan. I don't know. I've not read anything by him that's made me super happy, I guess. Like nothing bad, just yeah. Alpha Flight indeed are the Canadian Avengers. I feel like as a Canadian, I should be more into Alpha Flight than I am. I do like them, but yeah, they haven't had a ton of good runs. I do remember enjoying a comic where they blew up the Royal Ontario Museum, just because like I know the Royal Ontario Museum, and they blew it up. I have read Inhumans versus X-Men. It was okay. I actually really like the Inhumans. I'm really upset that they were on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and then they did that spin-off that just bombed. Like, I didn't watch it, and I heard it was really bad. It was just a bunch of people from Game of Thrones, and the guy who was the showrunner on Dexter, I think, worked on it. And of course, he was like on Dexter after Dexter stopped being good. He took over the show and made it bad. And I heard the reboot's not going to have him involved, thankfully. But wow, the Inhumans are so cool and so interesting. And it's so sad that they didn't pull it off. What are my thoughts on Alan Moore? I think he's a very talented writer, but I haven't read anything by him in a long time that I've enjoyed. But, you know, he's created a lot of seminal works, so he's kind of impossible to ignore in the context of comic book stuff. Someone asking about conservative comedy, we got through that. You're going to have to go back in time and watch the earlier parts of the stream where we talk about conservative comedy, but we're all laughed out. I've been trying to puzzle out for years if it bugs me that they had J. Jonah Jameson's werewolf son as just a regular guy in Spider-Man 2, because it bugs me when the MCU does that stuff. I think it's fine for John Jameson to not be Man-Wolf in the movies. Like, just having them there as like an Easter egg. Him being with Mary Jane seemed weirder, because, like, I guess she would be with an astronaut. I guess. Emily, you haven't seen Endgame or Infinity War? You don't have to. It's your life. Good Omens with exclamation points. I've read it. It was fine. Sorry, I really am not a big fan of Neil Gaiman, and I've given him many tries. I don't dislike him. I just not super into me. Just got into Immortal Hulk, but besides that, don't read a lot of comics. All you need to read is Immortal Hulk because it's excellent. There's lots of other good comics, but just start with Immortal Hulk. You can get into other stuff out there, but yeah. Puck still lives on my island. What do you mean was a legend? Puck, are we talking about the superhero Alpha Flight Puck? Okay, let's get off. I do not play Animal Crossing, and I don't know what the new Dexter is going to be like. I hope good. I'll probably watch it just because I watched the original series, so I figured, what the hell? We'll watch this little limited run to see how it changes things. I don't know. I was going to say fix, but I don't like the idea of fixing earlier shows. I think that's better, just make something new, I think. Why a Blue Jay? Blue Jays are great. Why not? I think they're cute and cool. A very good combination of both. I've not played a Paradox game, although I do love history. Maybe I should play it at something. Thoughts on Invincible? I've read the comic. I have a big compendium of the first 50 issues, and I remember being really into it and wanting to read the rest of it, and then I never did. I haven't watched the TV series, but I've heard it's really good. Seems like a pretty straightforward adaptation, but all the new stuff they've added makes it better, so cool. Is the original Ghostbusters conservative comedy? I don't think so. It's been a long time. I mean, it's conservative now because it was produced 30 years ago, so I guess in that sense, but I don't know if it was at the time. I don't think I have enough perspective of comedy of that era to give you a good answer there. Thank you. Redway 2. LMAO, God's Not Dead also had a bunch of black stereotypes, and Kevin Sorbo's in it. Did it have black stereotypes? I have not watched it ever. Does anyone need more of my thoughts on Invincible? Just saw it been asked a few times. Planet Hulk was cool. I agree. I liked Planet Hulk. I haven't seen the animated movie. An American Carol. We already watched the conservative comedy stuff. I've been told to watch American Carol, though. Or Glenn Beck, anything. We're past that. What do I think of the Arrowverse? Haven't watched a single episode of it. And I want to keep it that way because I only have so much time and there seems to be so much of it. Good for them for being successful, I guess. I have not watched Lucifer on Netflix. Blue Jay killed your dad's Finch. I'm sorry. Not all Blue Jays are hooligans. Have I read Berserk? I'm actually reading it right now. I read it once when I was a lot younger, and honestly, the violence just kind of turned me off. It was a little over the top, and I was just like, it felt a bit gratuitous for me. But I've heard so many good things, and I always thought the Golden Age arc was excellent. I thought that was fantastic. Because I'd watched the anime first, and the original one from 1990, whatever. But then when I read the manga, it was the violence was so much more, and there was a lot of really sexualized violence that was just ugh, I don't really like this. So I've gone back to it and I'm reading it from the beginning. I just finished that arc with the kids being taken into the forest. I read a little further the first time, so I'd like to get further along because I've heard it's supposed to also be very good in later bits, but we'll see how it goes. And I do read a lot of manga. A lot. That's a good point about the MCU, Emily. It's has it run its course? There are like characters I'd love to see movies about. I just don't like the idea of them all being in a shared universe because the sort of interconnectivity of it sometimes seems to take precedence over storytelling. Like there was no reason WandaVision had to be as bad as it was because it started off so strongly, and then we got all this stuff with Photon being introduced, Photon / Captain Marvel, whatever you want to call Monica Rambeau, and just all this like effort to like plan for the future. I'm like, why not just tell a story in the present? Don't plan for all these future stories. Just give me a story for now. That doesn't lead to some big epic. It's not all about the big epics. Some of my favorite Marvel stories are the ones that are smaller in scale. And they're good ones that could be adapted, but the MCU doesn't seem to be set up for those smaller stories. Whew. Chat's hard to keep up with. Stop asking me for my thoughts on Invincible. I said I read it and enjoyed it. Do I like Michael Moore documentaries? No. I watched Roger and Me when I was very young, and I thought, I was like, whoa. And it's like I hadn't been exposed to a lot of leftist politics. And then I like watched a documentary about the making of it by like some left-wing Canadian filmmakers, and they showed like some of the more deceptive ways Moore puts together his documentaries. And honestly, the whole project seems like about making him a celebrity more so than advancing the causes he professes. He's too in love with cameras. Not that he does like no good or anything. Like it's important to talk about these issues, but I feel like Michael Moore can't get it out of the way of his own celebrity sometimes, which is a real problem. When did I first realize I was a leftist? I have no idea. I answered the flavor one earlier, and I'm trying to conserve my voice for a moment here. Let's keep going. I have not watched The Carmichael Show. Sounds interesting, but I'm not going to make a video because you tell me to. I'd follow my own rules. I hated the fairly comedic relief character in the manga after the flashback stuff. Yeah, I see why he's there. Puck, is that what his name is? Yeah, I think it's like Shakespearean, right? He's like, it would be a very dark series without him, but maybe it should be, right? Maybe that's just what it is. And yeah, it's sad that Miura died. We might not get a proper finish of Berserk. I don't know. He's got assistants that might finish it. We'll see. Okay, I'm moving ahead now. Oh, God. Why is... I hate how the chat works here in this. I guess this is why people like Twitch. Am I going to make a video about manga? Maybe. I'd love to do something on Monster by Naoko Urasawa. It's excellent. I know the anime is just a recreation of the manga, but that could be interesting. But I feel like I would spend a lot of time just explaining it to people, and they'd be like, oh, this is good. I hope. MC reminds me of Assassin's Creed, where they make one, release one every year, and that just makes me tired of the franchise. Very true. I like the Assassin's Creed games when they first came up, but I am very fatigued. Do you like Oliver Stone movies? No, I don't. I think Oliver Stone's a bit of a crank. Too much conspiracy theory stuff in his videos or his movies. I've only watched a few. He is like a talented filmmaker. Like he's skillful in how he puts it together, but like JFK, come on, dude. There can be like suspicious things about the JFK assassination, I guess, but the lone shooter thing has a lot of forensic evidence to support it, and to focus on otherwise. And like the prosecutor Kevin Costner played was like celebrity status and how it interacts with someone's work as a journalist. And I think there are a lot of people, unfortunately, some high-profile journalists who let their own profile get in the way of the stories they're trying to tell. I think the best forms of journalists often have invisible journalists just presenting a story. Those are the ones I appreciate the most because they know how to get out of the way of the news. Although then, what are their biases? What are their perspectives? That can be the problem with that side of the equation. Have I read The Authority by the alleged sex pervert Warren Ellis? Yes, I have, and it's very good. I actually really like Warren Ellis's writing. I'm sad that he's an alleged sex pervert. Do I like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and how do you think it holds up? I have never in my life watched it. Okay. The Wind Rises, and it's an interesting watch. Yeah, I like that movie. Good night, 10-5 Smiths. How do we still have almost 500 viewers? Love that you're all here, but I feel like this stream it's a chill vibe, but if you're all still enjoying it, but I don't know how much longer I'm gonna. Who's my favorite filmmaker? I have no idea. I'd have to think about that one. Assassin's Creed has so many games, while us Zelda fans are dying for anything new. Yeah, but when we do get a Zelda game, it usually kicks some serious butt. Breath of the Wild 2, I'm sure is going to be great. Breath of the Wild was so good. Do I like Aaron Sorkin? I think the only thing I liked about it by Aaron Sorkin was Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip, which was super. It had a lot of problems. Other than that, I have not watched a lot of his stuff. I've never watched The West Wing. I didn't watch Social Network. I don't know. I have not read The Department of Truth. DC or Marvel? Marvel 100%. It's not even close here. Top 3 games, or I can't limit it to 3. That's too hard. There'd probably be a Mario game in there somewhere because Mario has always been one of my favorite franchises. And it's like the first video game I played was Super Mario Brothers, and I loved it. And I'll always play a Mario platforming game. I think they're really good, and they just feel like what video games should be in my mind. Super Mario Galaxy 2 is my favorite in the Mario games, by the way. Okay. Best of luck on the new game of Breath of the Wild, Cassie Volpine. Goodbye, Charles Raintree. I have read some Noam Chomsky, not a ton of it, but I have read a bit. I kind of want to do another video on comics now that I think about it, but I just can't think of like what story to do. Because I'd like to do something with broad appeal, but I'd like to look at it in a way that's different. Like the Secret Empire video, I had a lot of fun doing, and it was a nightmare to organize all those people, all those voice actors, but it worked out, and I think it gave people the chance to look at this series in a different light, because it felt like it got nothing but hate when it came out, and I was like, it's such a good anti-fascist story, and it deserves better than it got. I wouldn't want to do House of M. It's been so long since I read it, and I think it would be more interesting to talk about it as like the catalyst for the new wave of event comics, because we had a lot of event comics in the 90s, and then they just kind of stopped when the whole industry basically crashed. And then House of M was like the return. I mean, technically it was Avengers Disassembled first, but then we got House of M, which felt like the first proper event we'd had in years. And it just wasn't very good. And technically it was adapted into WandaVision, but they changed so much of it because it just wasn't great. Yeah, not great. And then it was followed by Civil War. And then we got Secret Invasion, and it went on and on. I'm not why Neil Gaiman sucks. I don't think he sucks. I respect his talent. He doesn't hit me where I need to be hit to enjoy something. I loved Spider-Verse, the movie. The comic was not great. What manga should I do instead of a comic? That's a good idea. Manga are so long. I feel like I'd have to talk about the whole series. Or maybe a particular arc. Now I'm just like brainstorming video ideas. I've never played Dishonored 2 or the first one, but I'd like to. I just haven't gotten around to it. after House of M, it felt like the events wouldn't stop. They're still going on, aren't they? I just read Empire, Empyre, Empire. It was not too bad, but it's just like, does this matter anymore? Do these events matter? The initial inspiration for your Secret Empire was to show the merits of the run. A bit of that, yeah. A bit of that. I think the run was better than it got. And I enjoy Nick Spencer, even though people like say he's a liberal or whatever. I don't care. He writes a darn good comic sometimes. Some of his comics aren't so great. But like Morning Glories, what is that? It's entertaining, but it's a complete mess. I'd love to do, I was thinking of doing a video on Ta-Nehisi Coates' Captain America because it's been very good, very enjoyable. But I don't want to do another video on Captain America. Like, he's an interesting character, but there's more to comics than that. Annihilation was good. I loved Annihilation. I loved it. I don't even know what to talk about for that, though. I'd have to reread it, which doesn't sound like the worst thing. Annihilation is like probably one of my favorite Marvel event comics. But then would I have to talk about all the sequels? Because those weren't so great. Annihilation Conquest was not so great. War of Kings wasn't too bad, though. Have I ever read any Pierre Joseph Proudhon? No, I have not. So I have no opinion of his work. Okay. Am I going to put up with what on my channel? I've only read Akira. What's a similar manga I might enjoy? Oh, that's a good question. What is similar to Akira? Akira is very singular in a lot of ways. I don't know what I would recommend. God, what's that manga with the old man robot? I don't remember what it was, but it's like an old guy who gets turned into a robot, and he becomes like he's actually in his 50s, but he looks like he's in his 70s. Maybe that would work. It's not too long, but it's good. A giant video about Bucky Barnes. I'd have to read the Ed Brubaker run on Captain America, which was very good. Bucky's an interesting character. That's an interesting thought. Could I make a video about Bucky? Please tell me you played Prey 2016. I would do something about the new Hulk series, but I feel like it's been done already. There are a couple of videos. I know Thought Slime did one, and some other people have talked about it. I don't know if I have anything to add. Just go watch it. Or read it, rather. Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind. I don't know if that's that similar to Akira, but it is an excellent manga. I really liked it. Have I read? Yeah, Inuyashiki. Was that it? Let me just Google this. Why is my browser so slow today? I think it's Inuyashiki. It's a weird series. But yeah, it might be your jam. I don't know. It just came to my mind. It's not Chobits or Dr. Slump. Absolutely not. I have read Witch Hat Atelier. I love Witch Hat Atelier. I wish it had been further along because I read all of it and now I'm sad waiting for it. I'm slowly reading Spy Family and I like it a lot as well. Both great series. I recommend them. And it is Inuyashiki. That's the one I was thinking of. I just looked it up. Definitely Witch Hat Atelier if you want a good manga, and Spy X Family. I'm going to look up Lady Knight the Brave for their thoughts on Bucky because I am curious. I have seen Fooly Cooly. Notice how I said it right, not FLCL. And then the Nausicaa manga is much better than the movie. Like, it's not even close. The movie is good. But wow, the manga is so much more interesting. It gets into this interesting dynamic because you have this one side in the war that's intensely religious, and the other side is like very much based around a monarchy and has this strong imperial tensions. And you can see this sort of pattern repeat in a lot of conflicts throughout history, and it sort of resonates like that. It's universal, and it's why I think it's why Miyazaki's work is so strong, is because it resonates so broadly across different cultural contexts. Excellent stuff. I love it. Okay, she does have a video about him, but the portrayals in the MCU. Yeah, he's kind of boring in the MCU. His character is a lot more interesting in the comics. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, I have decided we're going to go for another 15 minutes. Because I am feeling the stream fatigue start to sit in, and I just remembered I need to make myself something to eat. So that's gonna happen at some point. I wanted to make vegan chili tonight. That's gonna be good. So we're just gonna vibe for another 15 minutes, and then I'm gonna bounce. So you got any questions? Get them in now. I don't even know how many people are watching this thing, because like my browser is freaking out and is stuttering and frozen, and yeah. Witch Hat Atelier is beautiful, and visually, and like the story itself I think is beautiful in a way, which is very rare. I have not watched A Knight's Tale. I don't even know what that is. It sounds familiar though. I can see why people don't like using the YouTube thing for streaming, because it's bad. The analytics are not good. Anyway, let's not talk about how bad the analytics are. Paranoia Agent. That was pretty good. The difficulty of Paranoia Agent is that it's very much steeped in it's steeped in a lot of Japanese culture. Like, I remember watching an anime fan sub of it, and afterward there was like these endnotes that pointed out all the stuff that I had never missed, or I had missed because I wasn't that knowledgeable about Japanese culture, and it was like it would have added something to it. And it's like the challenge of watching something from another culture. It might speak to you, but there's always a host of things that you will miss, probably. Have I read The Girl from Other Side by Nagabe? I have not. I want to know what this is now. If it's similar to Witch Hat Atelier, I am 100% en route to read that. Which piece of media led you to complete it fastest? I read the Red Rising trilogy in 1/2 weeks because it was so addictive. Did you know I just put a hold on Red Rising at the library, and I'm planning to read it? I'm really looking forward to it. It's, I think, waiting for me. I just have to go pick it up. I need to finish reading, what do I got here? Shadows of Self, which is a Mistborn book, because I like the Mistborn books. I've not read all of them. I think Game of Thrones actually pulled me in really quick, and I started reading the books, and then I forced myself to stop because I only knew there were so many. But I read the first one in like a week, and then I was like, oh, right, I'm going to read the rest of them. But then I'm like, oh, no, there are only 4, because this was before the 5th one came out. And then the show happened, and yeah. I think the show was really bad, and was bad from like season 5 up. We will not be discussing this, though. Have I ever seen JoJo's? I have read the first 3 parts of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but I'm about to read the 4th part. I read them as they come in the library because they have these nice hardcover editions, and I like reading manga in my hands. So I'm going to be reading it. It's like Diamond something, right? That's the 4th one. Anyway, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be good. I have read Fables. Fables is by a very conservative author, if you didn't know, but it's still pretty good. It kind of turns to a mess by the end of it because it ran for too long, but there we go. We can enjoy conservative art. Fables, Bill Willingham, right? That's his name. Also, Mark Buckingham does the art. He's a really good artist. Yeah, I did read Fables and enjoyed it. You can tell it's by a conservative author when the main character like stops in the middle of the story to talk about how awesome Israel is. Like, that felt so clunky and forced. I was like, What are you doing? Why are we getting this pro-Israel lecture in the middle of your comic? The concept, for people who don't know, is a bunch of story tale or fairy tale characters living in New York City in a secret village where they have to keep their fairy tale status secret because they had to leave their homelands because it was conquered by an evil dude called the Adversary. Yeah. Good stuff. Could Hercules Sorbo be your favorite cartoon anime character? No, I think Spider-Man could take Hercules. If we're talking about anime character, I don't know, Gohan, I guess. Gohan would crush Hercules like a grape. Diamond is unbreakable, thank you. That's it, I think. Have you read the Witcher books? I have not. I played the first game for about 15 minutes, and then I played the third game for an hour, and I have not experienced the Witcher since. Was all of Fables a pro-Israel allegory? Kind of, sorta, except not. Like, I don't think it works as an allegory because of who the adversary turns out to be. I don't know if I want to spoil it. It's kind of a dumb twist, but it's like, it's more complicated than that, I think. But yeah, maybe you could read it as an Israel allegory. I guess that's a valid reading probably, but I wouldn't make it. And The Wolf Among Us is like the best version of Fables. Yeah, that's great. I remember playing that and I was shocked at how different my decisions were based on everyone else. Like, I made my Bigby Wolf be a bit of a dick because that's what he's like in the comics. So when I forget, I think one of the decisions was to send one of the toad people back to the farm. I know that means nothing to people, but if you understand Fables, it's like, oh, you sent the toads to the farm. And then I found out only like 14% of people did that. And I'm just like, but that's what Bigby would have done. And this was before he and Snow White hooked up, so he was a total jerk. Bigby is actually the big bad wolf. And yeah, the irony of Bigby being pro-Israel because he was kicked out of his home country by an invading force. Interesting, isn't it? Also, Bigby fought in World War II. What was that? That was like, I guess I got to do the thing. Defend my new homeland. I mean, cool. Like, if you want to fight a Nazi, I'm not going to like be up in arms about it, but it seemed strange because they're so hands off from the mundane world. But I guess the Nazis are the exception, which, yeah, fair enough. Will there be any comedy? Go to an earlier part of the stream for the comedy. This is just the chill vibe session we're ending with. We're killing my voice, so it'll be nice and raspy. I wish I was recording a video tonight because a very raspy voice would make it a very sexy video. I love having the raspy voice. I wish I could put it in all my videos. Save Scum, thank you. Sour Diesel, Pull and Snapper, Ultimate Perp, Fresh Press Rosen. I don't know what those are. Yes, I say yes to that. Has the thought of Xena or Hercules video essay ever crossed your mind? Not really. I was thinking of doing a video about the Potwins once it was done. And in that video, I was thinking of doing a retrospective or a mini retrospective of the career of Kevin Sorbo. And I would talk some Hercules there. But it might be worth going back and visiting the series again and just talking about it, because that might be cute. Like, you know. Thank you, Saint Shenanigans. I appreciate the compliment. Would you ever play TWAU? What is TWAU? The Wolf Among Us on stream. I feel like that's really boring. It's a narrative game, and I feel like if I'm going to play a game on stream, I'd want something people can join in with. Like, one idea I had, and maybe we might do this in the future, is like play a game of like Civilization or something like that, where we can build our socialist utopia together. We'll all work together and have like by committee figure out which way our civilization is going to go. I think something like that could be fun. I do not play Dungeons and Dragons. The only tabletop RPG I ever got close to playing I was into HeroClix back in the day, which is like a tabletop game with like superheroes. Super expensive. It was fun for a bit. Fun when I was playing with friends. So only Among Us, no Wolf. I will not play Among Us on stream. I actually don't like Among Us at all. I just find it very boring. Within 5 minutes, I'm already bouncing in the game, like ready to bounce out, I should say, because I think it's kind of dull. A Civ 5 stream. I would have to get a copy of Civ. I have Civ 5 on Steam, but it's my personal Steam account. So I'd probably want something for my... Because I do have an account I set aside when I was thinking of doing gaming streams. And I have a bunch of free games on some throwaway Epic account. Because they always give you free games there. So I'm like, whatever. I don't care if that one gets compromised or whatever. The Girl from the Other Side. It's a very well done dark fantasy about very touching found family of a lost little girl and a kind of monster. Interesting. Maybe that's good. I don't even remember what was that manga someone recommended earlier. Oh, there's so many I want to read. Genshiken, not even heard of it, but it sounds cool. How do I plan a video? That's a great question for a different stream because I'm going to be leaving in 4 minutes and I do not have time to get into that. That might be worth doing in a future stream. That's a good idea. Maybe I'll do that with some other video. Whew. Yeah, maybe. Another game I thought of doing on stream was Persona 4 Golden, because I've played the original Persona 4, but I never played Golden. But I'm just thinking about how that game started, and it was just like a visual novel for an hour, so we'd have to get through that first, which we can do, but yeah. And I feel like people would spoil the ending there, which would be unfortunate. Although Persona 4 is like one of my favorite JRPGs. It's so good. Unironically, play Battlefield 5. I've never I the last Battlefield game I played was like no wait, I haven't played one. I was thinking of Call of Duty. I played Call of Duty 2, which was back when it was in World War II, but then I stopped playing them. Okay, what's the most boring game I've played? That's a very competitive field. There've been a lot of bad ones. Thank you, Saint Shenanigans. Can you do a stream about creativity and why you make the art you make? Sure. In the future, I might do something like that. I'll have to ask Emily to show up next time too to manage my chat again, because it's been great having her here to do that. As for whether or not how it compares to 5 relative to that comment, I think 4 is like light years ahead of Persona 5 in terms of characters and story. But 5 has obviously superior mechanics and graphics and all that stuff. But yeah, 4 has a warmer place in my heart because I just thought the cast was more interesting. The story was more compelling. Aside from Morgana, there was no one in 5 I really connected to the way I connected to the cast of 4. And 3 is also excellent. Let's not forget about 3. The official ranking: Persona 4 number 1, Persona 3 number 2, Persona 5 number 3. And I hear there are other Persona games, but I disavow those. Did you always feel comfortable with my voice? Yes, I've actually always loved my voice. It's very soft and gentle, but it's also it can do a little bass and it can do a little rasp sometimes. It's a fun voice to have, and I like it. I think the nicest compliment I ever got about my voice is some random Redditor said, I have the voice of a delicate little flower. And I thought that was so cute and nice. Someone actually sent me that comment too. I almost never look at Reddit when it comes to my video. So if you see anyone saying something nice about me, tell me about it. I'm down for hearing more about that. What channels do I watch in my free time? Oh God, there's so many. I don't know. I don't want to answer that question. There's so many. There's so many. I'm gonna leave someone out. They're all good. Yeah. The thing about Persona is your first is often your favorite. My first was the third one actually, which is very good. But you know, my friend also played 3 first as well and said it was their favorite. So maybe there's something to that. I will stand by 4 being my favorite. I just feel like that was such a great experience. And yeah, I have so much affection for the characters. Oh my goodness. And here's an interesting thing about Persona. Here's the metaphor if you want to understand how Persona works. When you do the little social links and side quests, you'll notice your character will sometimes just say what they need to say in that moment and take on different guises and personalities. The whole idea is part of maturing and becoming an adult is learning how to balance the different personas in your life, the different people you have to be in different situations, and how to be that version of yourself that you want to project out into the world, and coming to terms with that identity. And it's based on some of the research I did, it's a very Japanese version of perspective on maturity. Like the idea of being a different person in different contexts is apparently something that's true, very true in Japanese culture. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but that's based on what I've read. That's how it all fits. Okay. Thank you, Johnny Carcinogen. Way behind because I started over, but please do The Prisoner. Oh, I'd like to do The Prisoner. I might do that one day. Keep asking me, people. Keep asking me. How do I find it? The right-wing media critique? So you get a goat, you cut open its innards, and then you whisper some prayers to the demon lord above and below and behind and in front. And then in the pool of blood, you'll see a vision of absolute horror, and it'll be like a link you can type into Google, and then a YouTube page will show up, and it'll be like some right-wing garbage, and then you can watch it. Good stuff. That's how I find the content. God, I really am tired. So I am going to call this a stream. It's been lovely. I think I've been going for 4 hours. My voice is kind of shot. I hope my throat isn't too sore to enjoy the vegan chili I'm about to make. I'm excited to eat it. I really like my vegan chili, and I wish I could make you all a big pot because it's pretty darn good. We will have another stream in the future. It'll probably be after the next video that comes out, which will either be a sitcom retrospective, maybe not, based on how the copyright claims work out, so it could be something else. And I'll try to have something prepared so we can have fun things to talk about. So thank you all again for coming out. Thanks once more to Emily for doing a great job moderating. And I hope you all have a lovely day. Goodbye, everyone. Whew.